Yo, Allah Barakabake. Thank you guys for joining another edition of Current Affairs Show, Sunday, the 1st of March, 2026. We'll have this program because during the week it's normally very tight on the Ramadan. We may not have program in the next few days because of working week starts tomorrow. And by the time we do iftar, you get nagged. You want to go and do iftar and so. Malcolm Donatolman joined on the three networks, Kotenke, YouTube, Facebook, and in TikTok. You can like bant about a page or so. So Malcolm I think temperature is not really bad again today, 10 degrees. Place. I think spring is almost here. Malton back and Baljaila. So maybe TikTok. Mal welcome again to UDP online. We have a program here in the next couple of hours. Mbal Daniel Amel joined. Please tap the screen, share the live, repost it. That helps the broadcast. Be mansatala Daniel Afana Sunkaro Nemo Alama continue like a Jimbe Kang. Alama Cairo Fana Sabitla Dunia Korangalon right now. Fitino started Dunia Koran. We all know we are watching the unfortunate scenes in the Middle East. Alama Kola Bekara Kairati. We need peace, not war. But there we go. Wala beke ka. So na banko men kan tol si alama kairo sabati la je. Me men yini kan fanang dol be men yini kan as United Democratic Party aning pour ka falin dro sama Gambia alama alay na tol timandinye. Alama nga adama barola ma sekona bondi je kaira kono akana ka fitina kono ti. Gambia banko fanam bata men bije aning division ning sonko ning fenkol alama wol talala bake pro nga nyatlim bankola do kola because that is what is important. Madwa sabante frewol fone alama ni munin ko for kala inga fole drong is very important suto ñu sunko kono baw nata dunia la kono nata lunda yala dunia la kono men sonte man son balwo se die nya lumina la ba fole ko dit late alama jam falan na mina interku kendo ka madwa sasa tol fone alama alay jada kinda dila bakay manglena bismillah to another edition of Current Affairs Show tay dimas ben thanks very much comme demba amon nañ fi programme tay tamit na def programme why during the week that they had torop ci wéri ko pour ñam programme so because by the time nga wacce liggéey ndogu fi is around 5:45 p.m. tay 5:45 p.m. la fi elek ñu nekk 5:46 so by the time nga pare fofu non nga wara dem def tarawih prayers good enough so programme pour nga def man mom lolu ta during the week def they had torop and I like Thursday, Friday, you know. So lolo dama ko di manage. Waaye di ñaanalante jaama rek yàlla suñu borom defal ñu ma mel ñu feeñu suñu jëf yu baax yi mu jégal suñu bàkkaar yi di ñaanal yàlla jaamatim am ci àdduna xam naa comme li ma ko doon wax si soo si problème am na léegi si Middle East xeex mu ngi nekk foofu yàlla suñu borom tur fa ndox bu seeda. There are a lot of traveling people stuck. Airline industry, probably air travel in the Middle East shut down. Planes in Munich now. There's some people trapped in the hotels because of this onslaught that is happening in that part of the world. Why ñun mënuñoo def dara lu ñoo mën a def rek mooy ñu ñaan suñu borom tur fa ndox bu seeda di ñaalalante jàmm rek comme lu ma ko di wax fii ñoo xam ne ñu ngi am ay feebar yàlla suñ borom safa may leen tane ñaana aji juuti yi mbaɗi ngolu duwate ka bete ale duwate ma ibi kala mina duwa bi jabilan tol men bebe janga duwa surtout ñu sunkar horma bakono nga duwa siyande bake ba hadamadi ngon tol man fen soto man satala ko nga dani bawo ate men ka soro ke memba bulu ate banna is infinite hadamadi ngolo ka dani wato dol bi jeni dani ro warta baka c'est parce que hani badi ngolom ni ka dani wolu at some point abe passé la ba fo bal ñu fa na ko siatal para man satala ko na dani ate o kan de mon ka dani de mo ka content ba wa sele ka memba te bula bu ka bang tol dum associé bulu nyanya le lungolo ika bondi je fembu ka kafuje doron ika pisale yo mbal danira mang lena nyan tamit ñoo xamne ñu ci TikTok bi pour ngeen tap screen bi share ko 45 people are on right now within this last few minutes bama log in, but still like bi ama aga ngut 1k sa, it's just 940 now on the screen, so lolo is poor. Please keep liking the page, at least ñu dem like yi bari, because the fact bantaba dina the rating be on TikTok dina yoko. Thank you, it's now going to 1.1k. Thank you guys, but they don't want it. Okay, tay programme bi nag dinaa dugg si affaire UDP, particularly our agenda, because this is a UDP platform. They was tuuti si nguuri Adama Barrow ba pare maa ngi war a address NPP supporters yi, because démba lu fi xew démba man def ma merloo. A supporter of NPP ko xam ne maanaam moom ñoo doon bokk platform tu ma respect ko lool, mu respect ma. Si Baba ñëwoon na fii démba, man commentam bi daf ma naxari, and I have to say that. And this is not only him. Mbe mendian la NPP ngoliye atolu nyanta karan nale from what happened to the APRC. APRC yenyi banko marale sanyi mwani fula ruthlessly. Today they are not in government. Today they are also opposition, against the backdrop of the fact that some of them would have also already joined APR, Adam Barrow government, Fabakri Jomo Njadala camp. But pretty much the people who are loyal to Yajame, they are in the opposition today. For the day realized, ya alone fananko lumina si little from the opposition. Wala na hadamadi ya dunia kono danga def ndanka akniti. Only the power of Almighty Allah moy everlasting. Dole yalla is everlasting. Why dole bo xamne denkane la pour nga nek president, that dole bobu dina aga si stage bo xamne dole bobu doko amati. There is a lifetime for presidency, and there will always be an end to presidency, because sinni wala sinna dem si yalla sada wala kay raba jawara rule na Gambia 30 years. Fogg man dina am president bo xamne dina rule Gambia again for 30 years. Ya Jammeh rule us for 22 years. Fogg man dina am president again that will rule Gambia for 22 years, because we are all craving for term limit. So lolo ta lolo du mana am, because aduna mi ngi avance dunia be kafu kanne. So NPP nkolu altenkung NPP nkolu melka mulu silandi kafu mole ko nal natal ben tarla jana, we are waiting for you. Alimul dahandi atol benu min tole brin Demba Sabali lota jang akoy tol they are ready pour banko nying ke famol fa hani fitunol be kala banko kam bari tol they are ready pour Barrow la presidency, and you didn't say anything to Demba Sabali. I don't care who he was responding to, but that was very irresponsible for a state minister to say. All right. Adama Barrow lota janne si baba enquête remind Adama Barrow lota janne ay kuma manel fo ala his excellence ala Ousainou Darboe nte bola nyim place to fo ni nyin ketala tata nga nyin kala teten da say la si kumol men kan bari te ya moyle bari man fundi yakuma fo Adama Barrow lo kotu ni ya fo fanante ma moy asika ya fo bawo mesun karole kono. So being UDP nkol kana ka fo ko ay side al tiling and womo mandika kamote mo kuma kamote nal man tili nim fituno mamad la banko kan nim violence kala to la sabo. That doesn't necessarily mean ko womari ba fokande ko be fituno la kala banko kan moy nyana ka kan moy. So ni de mari o moy rek na je yafe be mul bundul hatalla, because ite ka Barrow support and ite be tubab du men to jang ite hany la wo sifa kala ka banko din threaten jam, because yalo ne ko jang is rule of law. Jang, they don't care whether you are a supporter of the Conservative Party wala be man sekunda jang luwale katama across the board jang fasare ko kayda. But Africa le kanyinje ni momo mu ordinary supportati this rank and files meli yalon ko They command no authority in government. Just because they go around MPP la ñi midget platforms, ñi platform ol melan ko mo buke lamoy. Iboka viewership soto. Because Gambian ol yalon nit ko tilo ka bonan tili bola buka bonan tili ji. So ni dara je mo dantal ye buru je ko tel ka barole support. Ite kafute ma womu la right leti momo ka baro support ila right lom. Te who said I have no problem with that. Even though ngalon ko ibe support romen ibe nakarole support kan ibe tiñarole support kan. Because Adama Barrow la ñi man sekunda yen tollam auditor le afontema fo 100 billion mbafula le billion keme yewole labat within 3 years. So atuta momo la consensus le bulu. Ni data Barrow la man sekunda support la ya support bari the facts are out there. Ni diamade ko Barrow kurango sama nan banko kanne. Barrow tenku democracy sama nane. Bari 100 billion tiñaro. Which one is more serious? Ndede mo support la men jenketa. Nte number 1 momo ni jenketa nte support ni nge support woron te fango jenketale Adama Barrow jenketale nta fola stafurla mi sunkarole kono mobe yalo ne ko Adama Barrow jenketale jumale ba so la ko Barrow jenketale imari ya login nga debate science ay Adama Barrow jenketale Adama Barrow man tiling nta fola stafurla even do mesun denne ko ngalo ne memem foko wolon toñati Adama Barrow man tiling aman tiling banku dingol tema. So they need to more support. Even more Adama Barrow la Tilimbalia is out for everybody to see. NPP in Kolka mol neng Gambia le police will be commandi. For mutiling already. NPP in call every day la supporters will be mol neng kang police will be commandi. But the opposition will be commandi. And they go president will support. Ite ko ite mo misil moleti. Ite ko ite dala tonya le kang. Or ite fon yante fon jibela fon felen na motole. Ndenimbi ba usino keta. Yes, Daddy L, you know Adama Barrow jenketale. And I'm going to back it up with facts. NPP le mol soto le melka banko be neng inamane command the police station out. Ye support al soto every time melanko they are doing with impunity. Ibe mol neng kam banko kang with impunity. IGP namane command. Ntaka di amu kula ntafola allegedly. Kuo men koita na ntafola allegedly. It is not that allegedly Adama Barrow jenketa. Adama Barrow jenketa le ko muntaiga. So momo ka Adama Barrow support, ika mo jenkeri ngole support. Nte bi ni His Excellency Alhaji Ousainou Darboe kala president. Adama ala yak president. Ni UDP ngol fundine mol neng police ol buke commandi. But ni modol funde mol neke plomba fole ko UDP man sekunda jenketale. I don't expect Ba Ousainou to do that. What I expect from Ba Ousainou nakata president, even if italo UDP tutu bantawati, italo UDP law, ni law tinya law nyant apply lako, wolon tilimoti. But atol NPP supportal yalo neko alla president man tiling. Adama Barrow fongo lota jane during the campaign. Ka NPP call suku. Ka foy ko alka mone sila atol lebe man sekunda. Ni oppositional hanyal nyinke mbal fasa lale. Nta boka kan la Adama Barrow la. Because I'm too responsible for that. So, Jumala Lola Jete NPP supporter, ye bravery, ye Al Quran ko Barrow tilintale. Can somebody try it? In this holy month of Ramadan. Na jantengan kali ite ye kali ko Adama Barrow tilintale. Ye loje ko Adama Barrow tilintale. Acha ni momo hanite dan call. Wara hani man tajang tetal TikTok live ye kali Al Quran ko Adama Barrow tilintale. Ko do mbal na ko ite mu keken doleti. Wala mu musu ken doleti. Nte ni okay rek. I'm done with this conversation. Because Al-Quran man ke chahanti. But Adama Barrow jenketale. Wala nante buka Barrow support and nanata support la. That's one key criteria. Wala nante buka Barrow support. Barrow birimba support la nung. Moma Barrow lon nung. UDP for mol Barrow long. Na support coalition or. And nung NPP ngol ka mem fadam fo. Nangana je sene yandi. Ndebe sung ninne. Because Gambian kundin kuba sa fombe sundine ndefani afola but sunkaro ono sunkaro nte nala janga kamola barola anu sungo without sungo nte nala janga fani afo kabring His Excellency Alhaji Ousainou Darboe man sekunda up to the 15th of March 2019 biri Adama Barrow ya fire and in Tala Lamin Lambudeba and in Uncle Amadou Sane. Yes, nteka Barrow support le number nte I stopped my support for Barrow when Alhaji Ousainou Darboe was vice president. Altan na audio lamoy. because ngamo NPP ngol la le ka ha UDP ngolu ibuka baro against fabri yela mul bondi. That's not true. Nte I started opposite Adama Baro lungo na diam to State House ako UDP nyanda tekela ila flabiarate by default momi yalon ko comme ajaratu maria bisaka ya fonyame he resigned from UDP amanko UDP ngodi bara ko UDP wolu na ko UDP ngol lafta mala number 1 number 2 number 3 mu UDP lati ate ya famo continue ngabe UDP le still even though I resigned I later also resign ako Alhaji Ousainou Darboe wolo number 2 tin den wo mu UDP lati number 3 wolo the then speaker Mariam Bisek sorry Mariam Dentin ko fana mbara UDP la ko number 1 number 2 number 3 palaso bebe UDP la UDP ngol lafta munela by force nyanda telekala ako hani America bla 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 incombeno ka keteng utumani UDP be nyoso baka nyu flabiara wolo nante jida barola boso kono and what his excellence Alhaji Ousainou Darboe be vice president wolo na nga start ka baro against for molu fundita jang iko ntol UDP supporters so ntol nga problem o create between Alhaji Ousainou Darboe because ba Ousainou be vice president la ntolka UDP ntolka alaman sekunda so atol men ka foko biri yal bondi man sekunda la sataka wo manke tonyati some of us went against his government even when Alhaji Ousainou Darboe was there because nte nakaroni njenko mboka support Adama Barrow and bring Uncle Amadou Sané be vice president yala atol the first minister take a civil servant la transport allowance kake $1,000 a month yala wo muma si bolati biri ya jame beje civil servant ol ko 1,000 sort of la transport allowance Amadou Sané la the first minister ka civil servant ol from grade 1 to 8 melbe the lower cadre civil service grade 1 to 8 what to make a mention of transport allowance malon for 250 or for 500 long more verified but it was less than 1,000 Amadou Sané le nata ko nyin meli ala ngoy ibe ila palasol mo wara bake man sekunda daga ka mendi la transport allowance man fili even 1,000 is small but it's better than what it was before 1,000 molo monti Gambia bi 1,000 paso okay mala tol menka because nte boka ni local transport famat I use la Gambia man paso lo Gambia I cannot remember when ndunda malon jallom kabodang Serekunda kada bajul malon taxi fare mu jellet I don't know but mona 1,000 doko it used to be 250 yalla mo nendi rolti so Amadou Sané 750 nata nyingi na information is correct jalamang atela for TikTok ako it used to be 250 but is Amadou Sané la increase kake 1,000 so wala na ninga mol dolje jang iko UDP fon bribe man sekunda mo nakeji nka mo nyin mo kuntangol ikake doko it was 500 okay whatever wala nante man show me number kavo because I'm not sure about a doko of 250 so from doko Alphasen Jaw on Facebook go 500 low whichever but it's a significant increase okay so UDP man sekunda la nata nyinke in Adam then Amadou Sané nata a very one big major policy proclamation okay well on 300 million savings from a from a consolidated funds vehicle policy million kemesawa but then I work at 20 million put aside also for the drivers because neighbor driver will mean to trend la I owe 20 million landi jele pour ise wol fana mako amanke ko be vehicle stop la don drive wol ye bo man second but what mo baroko because baroko mira mon la telari election baro doesn't care about Gambia baro ate menga ate itere ntebe tula nyim place to nyameng baro ko ni Amadou Sané okay abala re-election o manendi la ko drive follow be melbe follow moto la wol te kato fa la te woni la family so ate be preoccupied wala ate be mira the overall impact and in the war 300 million be banko na fala munela okay so Amadou Sané did this when he was finance minister and he also reduced our budget deficit and at telephone and the first minister ti kamano ke zero righted because Gambia our staple food is rice ntol mano Gambia no nama mano doma Gambia no hanase ani mun na fulle se travel mano na mo doma rek am balu mano 2 days mamare Gambia no vitala without am mano do so ntol la problem is mano So Amadou Sane na ko mano mbatinga mano nga duty bondi je pour que mano da diandi ake wala ko. So nyimo kalantangol mel ka tratu nyin TikTok auto. Ika for UDP fon e moneke man sekunda because they are ignorant. Because they don't even look meta fola jang Gambian ka jama bukan na budget o karang. Jama ba be wur la nyin politiko kono jan ye nyini ga Gambia la budget fongola. Even finance minister budget o men present na revenue aning na expenses ita follow no. Ninga nyini ngaro ke jam fa not many people will get the answer. Can I ask Bambas, don't answer the question because nga later alone. Bambas, please don't answer the question. Gambia la budget o keta jelle this year. What is the budget? Ale Gambia la budget o fanye. Na revenue and na fenko and na deficit for the mujallet. What is our deficit? I think a lot of people don't know the answer. Don't go and Google it. Because muka budget o karang. Na the second most national important document. There are a lot of people on diaspora here, but the Amcam platform or kono. Ni Gambia la budget or projected revenue and in the actuals. And in for the last 3 years, the budget deficit, what was the projection, the revenue or the Imalong, because Gambia interest rate of water. And we should study this document and know and understand it. Malo. NPP nga jama be wuri kanjang, ni nga budget wala fay Malo. And Si Baba is one of those people. Ni Si Baba kumande jang kay ko monon Gambia la budget deficit right now, and in the domestic borrowing, how much is the government spending on domestic borrowing and foreign borrowing? Si Baba doesn't know the answer. But these are the people me alam ko be wuri la platform ulto. Ibe wuri la ni nga nyininga foni sa nga fatata Google memba jala be ala. Memba jala sata Google in say Baba Google la laita. Si Baba is my friend, but I was not happy with him yesterday. I was really ala ko in the irate in the bakele kuno. Nte bukala fi mola menka fo be mol intimidate la. Ni la na blood pressure increase la try to intimidate me. Sako banko men kanyanta je. I don't care you are Itanani Adama Boroke la killing. I don't care. But you have no damn right than anybody in that country. We are all equal in that country. I don't care Italo NPP la Houthi. And Adama Barrow doesn't have more right than me in that country. He's just president. But does he mean he have more rights than Tehu Sedili? No, he doesn't. All right? We are equal. I think Kakara from the new Kamfandila Banko Kang. Wala na kunong si Baba la diamo ay intimidate. Anamanka damati. NPP ngol ni diam da kukle baba ha mbafala police oli arrest. Ngal ko je tubabu du janne supporter of a Mansakonda Kataka Banko dingol strain ka fay ko mbepolo. No, all more time shut up. Of course, ni momo luatinya, that's the job of the police. And police woman yana jibele itebe MPP le itebe bari nying kalanta yabi from police la encourage. Because Gambia police le ka trasiring NPP mol supportal ke dictate ndi. Taita kari mota, taita kari arrest. Yalon kalanta yaman tambala nak. Ndolla jantu babu jumalbe police maranda jantu la police da prince and Andrew munay ma commandi king doma. Nga fo janne. Bari yalon banku dingol supporters conservative supporters all ma fol kalta Andrew police le fon yaje ko sa futa la ngani commandi for questioning. Mr. Middleton, Nialonga used to be UK la former ambassador to the United States. You often command la ya commandi. But police only jang will make a fumble, will mobuka will dictate. Walatena, ntolni Westman killing. Yes, if kela cool kele, if a fenkol gala come in kelo me kika Iran symbol be jai kanji, ka Israel fasa, wala be jetro, bengo lonne. If an ela sotarol sotole. All right? Bari, by and large, tuba bol nintol la Coleman killing. Bari, NPP supporter kundin kuba ya febe mol shirandira ya febe. Al wol landi, that game is not going to work. And you should be ashamed of yourselves, whoever is doing it. Shame on you. Shame on you if you go to platforms trying to intimidate opposition. Adama Barrow was once an opposition. For Adama opposition yalla. Ya momo jakara president the one time akada opposition altino. Morning president yabuka wulu. Ida yenata yekkido leta yaman sekonda boy ni ba forcé keda president oti o iya opposition yala ke nat bari buka wuli lala wol only very lucky mele alan go ikake success they just stay there success but wol fon is very rare. bari president ya be dawda jama ya boni ya ika opposition bari africa no hadama di ngo fonka teriya nyina lale adama baro me yalan ko nabe be wuri kan jang opposition yala bi wala ka oppositional jalay ala oppositional la katara ñu tiktok de be oppositional jalay la e control UDP control mu mo kam faari ngolleti say ko wala fo alke moy le ba fo ko UDP mum bura nande kam fala be kam fala le biko membe ke kam banko kan nonsense le be ke ka wala kam wol kam fandi momo e gambia kono nyanta kam falal 100 billion man sekunda men ka wol labaj itamo banku din kendoti man kam fa wote la banku di ya mo nyanta questionale wala na tubabu du jang banku dingolo ni yaje ko man sekunda tinyaro ke bele ka wuro kumandi because yela banko kanule bari ka gambia leje just because nte ka man sekunda support 100 billion ya fo NPP ko e ba fala to nyante iko ha auditor man to nyafo so nin to nyante man na man sekunda man fundi ya fo mole ko auditor le fali ale fali nyin bari be dairy e ka foko audit report is just a mere opinion. That's too cheap. All about Adam Baro Dakono. So ala bulal alkamul silandi altemo silandi la no jam anong ika oppositional fana nyawalle wo mo political bantality ha o yendolen fi musa talk whatever, that's fine. In fact, we don't have to talk there. And for me nangani wo pour UDP man secondary stay, but I will be very happy that I retire from politics, happy that Mang Jenko support, Mang Bataraya support. Wala bente bodala. Nimboda politiko na ko sewu sedili nane man sakunda kurungo empower banko kane. Well, no consent from my conscience will never be clear. But in the politiko kono ko karida nane man sakunda kurungo support le shame on you. Dimal ba fala barola man sakunda kurungoti. Mol men sa mol la na fulo la ba 100 billion. Auditor le afon tema. Ko ko inde fon dimile. Ana nyanta banku di wobe dimile. Wala nante kan na dia mo ka bay warandi Adama Barola karola because mo membe na banko tinya kam bi wala Adama Baroti. Hey, alnga baro jindi. We deserve better. Mo ni man tiling ite banko ite kairo sabat na no banko kam. Sonko rek fitino rek. Because hani suti yo man tilila dimbaye kono wate sonko le be kala sorda kono. Ba nyaato ngo ite nyanta ka tiling. E nyanta ka honest. E nyanta ka banko kanu fa non soto sondo mo kono. Me carte o faye me man carte o faye nyanta mo bele kanyandila. Bugo wala na ike kalendi yalo ntolu Gambia kalo fo ngo mamuda fenti mana ne ka Adama Baro ya bulola alquran ka kali mana tin what's the significance? That was not just coming theatalom yalo ndika alquran so but kalindiro mo wolom nyintiko itebe tilinna banku dingol kemale hani menke fasa membo ke fasa but Adama mo daji ko soto evidence has shown that Adama man tiringala banku dingol tema so Adama yo kalo me ngaya kala bar wo bani man satala tema momo ye bulola alquran kan ite la kalo buruka wallahi lakila lorungo ite you have to answer to that ndeta jamfalo ko because ñing kalendiro men ka kete hani minister ke kalendi ten Ismaila Cissé aya bulola la alquran ka kalita bara yo bulola alquran ko Ismaila Cissé fela be kuma soto balol fola left right and center anyina taw kalendiro fon la ka bulola alquran la because maybe some of these people alquran fon they don't take it seriously. They just ikebulola alquran kan rek that's it. Just formality. Ye ngambulo kare ne ngan ndegana nekaya bulu ngada do na minister moto kono ngata. Inyana to ye kalindi o men fon la di next minute they forgot. Hey, kalo manke chahanti. Wala nan ka fon to la misil me ya katra dale to. Yalo be sunkaro le kono. Ni momo ngini nga dema or ndebe sundinne. Bali jama ba jumale ala nya silango soto banko kan wala damo doyat. Na nyaton kol ma ala nya silango soto. Na minister ma ala nya silango soto. Because ni ala nya silango soto ibuge imanya ni mira Adama Baro bente jela nyame. Inyande mira la ngan kali alquranol. Ngato nya sabati nyindo kudla. Ngatilingo sabati ndije. Because Adama tente kitinde la. Adama sem baylo na pala soto le ba Adama ten kitinde la no. Lakira kitio be ala subhanahu wa ta'ala le bokal. Bari ni minister ke mira monela. Ndebe mela no nyame nyim pala soto. That's what Ismaila Cissé is preoccupied because Ndeboga commanded doctor la. I don't think he deserves for me to give him that title. Ama deserve. momo ya deserve mbe ole commande la doctor la bare doctor ya fuso on tete de commande la doctor la hani ye toñaje hani ye faniyaje ya fo bakela toñati amaro waratale so NPP ngol al tengum alwe kibiri kan alwe 2026 win nale alwe wina ba yalla munal hanyindi nte fana bokal blame wala because ali yajele oppositional damale be sonkola no naturally NPP ngol be confidential to kebe win nale wo kay moma ñane blame la wala yo oppositional damale be ñoo attaque la ñen TikTok auto sonkol be kela be ñoo castigate la so naturally ni momom NPP supporter you will have the belief and the conviction ko Adama would win in 2026. Well, nobody should falter the NPP people for that. Ning oppositional being a nyatelin barola no. We come here and a barol from befunda bawol he gambe oppositional yende wundile. That should be our mantra. But that is going to be very difficult to be our mantra. Olante diamo jamfandila o kola fon because ntengo diamo telefon batata sai I'm done with it. So nyanta monekela NPP ngolo mbawo yamarole diala because of let me look at the UDP la statement or ngo karangali jang. What are you looking for in a president? Eka mone nyini president oto. Comme president mankuto. Eko before we can talk about our party slogan or campaign message, pause and reflect. UDP la party slogan, together we can end dictatorship. Mën nañoo and coono bi siteka bi kola ya membe banko kan sa bang you know the campaign slogan for 2026 but iko jandin ben na campaign slogan fola al ngam fon ñini ka question jamala ila fita ñaato ngol la bang membe la constitutional protect la ngana dia mo dati wala bi ka tiling yaje tilingo akuma ya batale ni be ñaato ngo jibe la ñaato ngo jibe membe tilinna ni man tilingo mankuto ñaato ngo to rek kala carte o diala tilingo beti atale hani suutiyo janni be buñale ñanta tilin nale de ne musu fula soto ya musu do la fisa andi doti itete buña sot la wo korda kono de tumando ni be gambia le se silela ba sakoni dal ka defaso boni ila balu be to le bulu be sila le la barite respect la respect is on ka sila mola ninka more respect is different isa sila modo le ma respect wala ne ko silo ni respect man kili wala na ñanta ka tiling be dal for la fidal ñaato ngol la même na constitutional respect la of course nte say who said I want somebody who will respect our constitution. Is Barrow respecting our constitution? Some people will say yes, Barrow is respecting our constitution, but that's why Barrow was dragged to court in the Yakuma Jaita case. Nim Barrow a constitutional respect. That's why Barrow sent to the Minister of Local Government Hans Yemol Kikata Senabo Martin official ka daji ka dundije by force because the Gambia constitutional bunya. Ma respect. Ñun gom si yefi jaay doole. Walatina Adama Barrow is using the Seyful and Al-Kalulu as proxy pour support in an election me alonko and in a constitutional manta. Seyful and Al-Kalulu manyana dabula la kafasa rokeje. Walatina civil servant solo ike dabula na politiko kono pour man sekunda fasa and Gambia la constitutional mawfo. For Gambia la constitutional yolofo. Gambia civil service code of conduct is very clear because civil servant imanyane dabula politiko kono katandi openly ibe dola ise party support no bari ngajele jang embassy officials are participating in politics supporting NPP and nothing is being done about it for nyante kelabang ko mu jeng quality bari wa embassy official oli nyama mai mo benachini domo iko oppositional support the next day they will be given their marching orders wala kata Ibrahim Adibala even though Lamante Kukelena he was in Saudi Arabia he was sacked naka man secondary support no then to know, obviously, I'm just giving an example of what we should do. So UDP Benjamin Karola, UDP statement na Benjamin Karola. Do you want an economy that works for ordinary Gambians? Allah fita bankola economy la me alon ko banko bi ngo be na faso to Allah fita wala ba o mo nyini ngaro me alon ka kuma yata bake UDP la nyini ngaro mo nyineti Allah fita na economy na fanko pour me alon ko banko be se fanje banko di ngo not fanko me alon ko mo dantan be na faso to kanje nyini fana mo nyini ngaro talati. Do you want security reforms rooted in law, not fear? Falla fita na melka na banko kanta na police lomba na soldier lomba the internal security go be police level na prison officers na immigration pour ay law tundu ka me alonko ani law sita baramanke ko sila nyalo imfana mo nyini ngal kumaleti. Do you want corruption confronted with integrity, not tolerant with silence? Fo la fita nyaton ko la membe corruption ko kala laba no me alonko abanya kasila ko Adama Barrow, who is very good at that. Jenko be banko kan, corruption be banko kan. What happened to Abasanya? Muna Abasanya na case is still saying wala na kudu nga dari el nyini kajam 300 million o men dunda IEC account jumala nyanta kisi la fon ko man sekondalo bar sanji nani ma kisi iko hansa en kisi roman bang bari jane commission me alongo biri Adama Barrow ya jamela man sekunda kisi sanji moni fula we man sekunda ta less than 2 years fat file ul fundita anu ngamera wala nyanta jamfala bawo mo 22 year regime ko kisi wala nyanta mela dan just ka IEC kisi but IEC la kisi oro take it to the bank fente folaji fente kelaji foni Adama Barrow la man sekunda botaji woto mo la mina to nyalon ntela nga nyinu fali because jalo simo be for ranka yalon sa fente kela for 2026 4 years 5 years police all ko ibida kisi police all they can have access to those private accounts. They have the powers. In the United Kingdom, the police all need a bank account. They have the powers to do it. The court will even enforce it. Court order. The IEC samba court order they want to have access to those bank accounts. They don't being a low but there is lackluster attitude because you know what? Hey, 1 + 1 is 2, 1 + 1 is not 3. Ordinary Gambian kunungole for daddy Eliajang. Ordinary Gambian to million kebe sabo deal IEC la. Likely nying source of money, even though it is not confirmed, likely abebola man sekundala ya or ila supportal ila businessman or meanko kudo be able 300 million manke kodin dinti. Ntolu kona janjo walbe 300 million dila no iko kadi IEC la. Certainly it's not from the opposition. But in Kuro be koila, man sekundala nyanta they should not be foot dragging on this. And they are clearly foot dragging on it because they don't want the Gambians to know the truth. We will only know the truth in the aftermath of the Barrow administration. Just like Yaya Jammeh, Namaralo Nunko, Akap Muliki, Kara Central Banks, Kananafulo Bondije. Gambianga Jeleolo. I said, Njai Sheri Fonga Yafoleko, Atemalonko, Soldier Rollman Kakantan, Jongola Lom. She was a vice president. Ako atevon aya fo TRC ako amalon nunko molme yalon ko wala tala gatsol di wol fo mo jongola leti mo fala lamiti so Adama Barrow fana man se konnante tonya lo na fona botaje. So for us to have security sector reform, for us to have nyanta nyaton ko le sotla membe hani la ka corruption o kele ka hani ka kele o kuma ya tabaki UDP be nyin nyin karol ke kali and wala tin Alhaji Ousainou Darboe ika kumo be fama jumala ka fo jom ka corruptale akata foreign minister tile akata vice do wolo nga NPP nga dolo mo yaba ako diplomatic passport scandal o ketale birik Alhaji Ousainou Darboe be vice president yala yalo alen ka kala la fe bul tingol fo Alhaji Ousainou Darboe si foreign minister mu tonyati bari jumala ka diplomatic passport approve wolo president yalo alen nga banko la loi long foreign minister buka approve. The person with the approving authority, wala na ba tambedu, malafi to go back to that history because ikoningo kumofo ubakadi ya baye, but the ba apologies sataro leka kusa mana mbasa mbalana. Biri ba tambedu ya Bama diplomatic passport ya Bama illegally when he was justice minister. Afuntita la diplomatic passport saying because alone kani luwa manta. The best of my knowledge, diplomatic passport is for president and ala musolu, minister de la musolu, I dingolu mamere dingol fon qualified. Ngamere la musolu, yes, ila musolu so diplomatic passport so no. All right? And ila musolu. But I dingolu, can somebody help me? For dingol they are entitled to it. Wala na biring aya dia ba mala ani luwa manta, ndol nga ka chow ti jang, anata press conference ke, but ako barola approve. Bata beri yolofo. Ako barola approve. Ama fo kala Ousainou Darboe approve de. And that time Ousainou Darboe was what? For a minister. So NPP ngol men kata diam platform, they don't even know it will malon ko jumalo approving authority. Adabaro was scandalo, was an indictment. Wala na kitiyo me mekeka. Manale ala Ousainou Darboe jelo ya komande jema. Manan Adabaro ex driver beta kan kitiyo la. Manan be molden sama kitiyo le be bota state house le. Alin kan fahami roke ganin be diam la kola. But ka diam platform ol men fonam de kanyin call for some people let it pass. Moderator from Jama Yalong is very sad. Na host all from Jama they don't imang ku jamal falamata. So ni monat I comment for me along ko anin to nyamanta mobuka dolbuka challenge no. That diplomatic passport scandal had nothing to do with Alhaji Ousainou Darboe. That it was an indictment of Adama Barrow. Adama Barrow official to ni kurial de ketolet. Wala na manal ka diamode. Wala na alnanate Barrow la man sekunda jela ye information about Alhaji Ousainou Darboe corrupt tale. Among corrupt. Na corrupt no bay da denu NCP ngol ba be fontinde la lebi. Pour ka spare his name, pour ka la character tinya. Baral ke la diamol be jede mune ko fole. Na dukavo. So nga continue kanyin ko nyininka because these are very very important things. Do you want experience over experiment? For that experience, experience is very important. We need young leaders, we need educated leaders, we need competent leaders. Because Gambian competence motabneti. You have master's degree or a current you work international appointment. And this is the thing. You Gambian oje ni doko sort of outside ntol be inform inferiority complex because kamo mo la career doko ke ICC le career doko because they are competent. One in president ya la competence man killing. Alassane Ouattara work at the World Bank. Ivory Coast the president. Biafra Ivory Coast be doing the nyokono. Alanin great kata fourth term la. Is that competence? But he worked at one of the highest institutions in the World Bank. He was, in fact, I think one time vice president of the World Bank. But he can't Gambian all than in TikTok because somebody worked at the International Court of Justice or somebody worked at UN, he's competent. Somebody can be in Gambia, international community, can be more competent than somebody who works internationally. But this is all because we are naive. So, more competence experience. And I mean, going in international appointment for some time har geology. They are highly educated, they are very good at their work, but in an international appointment, competent. It doesn't mean that competent har geology sometimes dole har geology international appointment. I'm going to tell competent more than member international appointment. But dollar levels are very low. Gambians don't think, most of Gambians don't think outside the box we're thinking about. And we are very naive. Carrying out an international appointment doesn't mean that the person is competent. That is grossly misleading. And that tells a lot about how short-sighted some of our people are. Yes, you can be competent in international appointments, but it's also true that you can be incompetent in international appointments. Sidi Keita, let me give you one example. For Sidi Keita, my international appointments to Saudi Arabia. The current finance minister. Is he competent? Yalong, wala na nindengan analysis kan ka content because take example le Sambalia now. Sidi Keita doko ke Saudi Arabia. The current finance minister. Is he competent? He is incompetent. Hani mambure njala fisatati. Ndekele mafode. Dibide fula sababe afole ko mambure njala fisata Sidi Keita. But I doko ke international appointment because I'm honest. Puruka Gambia fena. Sam Sari doko ke international appointment. Is he competent? Some of these political parties carry doko ke international appointment doesn't mean that the person is competent. Just drop that. It doesn't have an iota of sense. It has to do with the personality, the character of the individual. Alaji Sadawda Karaba Jawara, To the best of my knowledge, I'm an international appointment sort. You telling me that he was incompetent? He was. Yes, wrong things happened under his watch, but he was competent. To me, he is the best president among these three coming Alhaji Ousainou Darboe Memfo. Tonyalom, they agree with that. Yenyi Musa Bola, Sadauda, to me is number one. And Amanke Kombafo because he's my uncle. Where I disagree with him, he was my uncle, I criticized him. But international appointment doesn't mean that you are more competent than somebody who is not international. So I have to point to emphasize that. Because kama ñun TikTok di amonde diu sangam ligay na place nangam tola nañ indi competence lolu waxi kacho la. Okay, so let's not even do ni ya fo platform on mento ala fo ko teko manki toñati anu ninte bi jamba fo ko you know what CD Keita work at Saudi IDB. So does that mean CD Keita for la asset sold be Africa, Port Authority, Gamtel and everything about be Africa. Under CD Keita, most of this mess, $55 million is approved. Adama Barola budget kata Adama kata bola kuro pisu pasar kata made the people stola. A baker under CD Keita. That minister is competent. Domestic borrowing is surging. The Dalasi is depreciating. He's the Minister of Finance today. Dallas Obeboykang every day. You telling me that CD Keita is competent? If he was competent, he would be addressing some of those macroeconomic issues. But all he is preoccupied is to dance to the whims and caprices of Adama Barrow. Prate Mela Palasot. He is not competent. But he worked as an international appointment, did he? All right? We had one Puro official who worked at international appointment, I'm Njunjajo Keje. Atata Gambia, Adama Barrow yake head of Purati. But a corruption scandal from international appointment for Ya Samba tribunal, Ya Samba, and they confirmed the investigation, okay, they confirmed that he was corrupt. Malafika married over them. But Mamela married the government still. So just to say that somebody work at international appointment doesn't necessarily translate to the person. But you have a lot of people, Malialango, nibe angale kangol fole, nengol be diaring, ibe wurla in TikTok also. It all fongolo understanding is very low. In nengol le diata. Oh, do you definitely gave for it? Kid, if I'm competent, angale kam fobal ni, you know what? Because they try to they capitalize on naivety of some Gambians. I'm not gullible. I will never fall for that. And you know, for you challenge, therefore, I don't agree. So let's carry on with this UDP document. Okay. Hold that thought, because the candidate being presented is Ousainou Darboe. This is not about noise. This is about substance. He is a leader who has publicly committed to serving one term, to retable the CRC constitution within the first 12 months in office. Yes, I send a Gambia bridge off on Wafile. In fact, Birabe Wafile for among Femfontoli, I thought for Africa 15 for Tunis Lombam for Mintola announcement of the world. Yala Wolf for Mujabatiti. I'm told Gambia dingol for respect. So I like in told UDP Ngolko me present Alhaji Ousainou Darboe. Me alonko akolana have a time killing one time. But what time killing kono? We can carry in fuller 12 months. CRC la 2020 draft constitution abole murundana wo constitution me alonko na million tani woro dunde Adama Barrow ya labaj aya fine balito kono because of the retroactive clause. Odama Adama wole mandiai 116 million to the constitutionamento ya fine balito kono ala deputy wol Alhaji Ousainou Darboe nanata abo constitutional murna within the first 12 months. That shows how serious UDP government will be to constitutional. Within the first 12 months in Gole Faliede, Nimma ke ali wuro commanding norma. This is a social contract. Ni UDP make alta TikTok alien criticize alia fa alia lahido tinyale atole alia right to anu hani UDP dimanya na hepo fola jam. So that is something that we are telling Gambians. Within the first 12 months, the constitution could remember table la. So maybe within the first 2 years, we will take it to the referendum. So left them all you understand. Jani ba fala se u said the ko ni UDP na ta jani sanji klebe constitutional like a process lo soto fight a national assembly ya GBS first reading second reading ale process on new lone then that. So within at least 2 years Lafta Gambino Lahit Lako, we will be done and dusted, will bring us in the Third Republic. Same on Adama Barrow government. 9 years, Gambia doesn't have a Third Republic. Abalo wartale. Nimbo nyanta diamla ni TikTok auto. NPP ngol man nyana diamla de. NPP ngol, they should be the last people to talk. Allah man sakuna 9 years, Alman Third Republic samana. Alman Constitution kuto samana. Amalole warta. It's a disgrace. Wala nanko NPP ngol, they should be the last people to talk on this TikTok day. They shouldn't, but they will talk. Yaya Jamenala Kumbeng from the barracks. And shortly, I'm making a 1997 constitution so that because he got the political will to do it. So ni Yaya James 1997 constitution so manang so moyalang go soja role mati. NPP fele be kalas lebe kalanta yala. Because Adama Barrow, what serves his interest is the 1997 constitution because that gives him sweeping powers. What power the president? Adama Barrow malafi ala symbol member bulu wali tala. So until UDP nin nata, within the first 12 months in 2020 draft, Adama Barrow 2024 draft more for it. Where is dead and buried, where is finished. We have done and dusted with that. And Hanaya Murunde Namba rejected. Adamala in 2020 draft, 24 draft, Ndolte Sonala, B Ndolte Sonala Sama, because Yabatelom. So let's carry on. So Alaju Senu Dabo, we want to be restoring progressive democratic reforms that strengthen accountability, separation of powers, and term limits. A people-centered constitution is not a slogan. It is the fundamental foundation of national stability. Yin dokumento kumayata bakele, and the UDP dingol be nyanta sotolale ya karang, ya long, alala patio long. Kanake just supportati, ibe black and patio me noma, wobe lori sarto menkan, ila moral obligation nom, kawo patio be lori menkan nyanta lonnale, so that nini molbe kachakan, ise jamaru di tata Gambia, iko muna neteka UDP support. Ise nyindali lol dila. Yin kaitol be nyanta karang nale, moli ya long, nga read, nga understand. We will have separation of powers. Separation of powers wolom sembo be kanadi president wala. Comme bi meme tilo meme be Gambia. Sembo be Adama Barrow le bulu. Atalaka IGP appoint, atalaka IEC appoint. For IEC la chairman of for being all for Mr. Dramela live to PDIS man or me live to TikTok before. Guy ko, hey, ntol la banko abalo fale warta. IEC la chairman of president la ka appoint, president manyana appoint la. Referee. Me alongo wala nyante kala tilinna kake jojoti Adama ko appoint tilingo be kala no nyaadile wala na IECB patiol be Gambia meli alongo people like GMC my fati la GMC I borte tata bampu NPP koma pour que fongol protect because e nyanta de register lale my fati la patio nyanta de register lale because amam bureau soto all over the country. Henry Gomez la GDPDP nyanta de register lale Ning IEC be tonya sabat la banko kang. All these parties need to be registered, but because it bortale tata bampu NPP ko wala Henry Gomez se wure jang put patch abe wura jang because atata NPP le number 1 pour que palaso soto number 2 pour la party kana de register because IEC te hanile de register la because ibe Adama la alliance solo parti jama be Gambia nyim parti ndingol jama be Gambia ni ko parti ndingol wolke kam faale bari bele nyatu de register la ibele nyanda de register la ali ngadi be parti jelle be Gambia meli ala ko bureau soto all over the country nse count nole so ni IEC serious ta denu nyim parti jama fon ko denu nyim coalition dia mo fon be te complicated la because nyim parti jama babe je they would have all been registered but it tonyale mantra banko ka so wala na separation of powers is very important kana power be the president wala president check let there be accountability. President Molnyo to oversight sotolale. UDP ntolbenyi lahidolo di kallako ninnata a fully fledged UDP government or a coalition led by UDP. Let's remember, coalition of 2016 was not a fully fledged UDP government. Yes, we had Adama Barrow but a UDP and Bolano. We have to be honest. But bring Adama Barrow nintola dia for mamra sanji killing of onsi. Yala moja mama me understand. Bring Adama nata. Ani UDP la dia man sanji killing osi. Well, under 2 years, I had, well, under with 2019, Alhaji Ousainou Darboe Bai. Within 2 years, Alhaji Ousainou Darboe Bai. Fitino started 1 year before. Adama yala nying ka UDP jamfa kata APRC ani APRC be kachala that it 1 year before. So within 1 year UDP be molekala no man sekunda. Because ngamol moy TikTok auto jande albe man sekunda le moneke ji. Me monekala no within 2 years. Ale man sekunda fo nyeja me alon ko reform samana within 2 years. Amansia. President me alon ko abe nyato nga yala abe dukudugul kan duma aning Fabakary Tombong Jatta be kachala. Fabakary Tombong Jatta man traman sekunda. So aning Adama Barrow kamune kacha duma fo Fabakary Tombong Jatta hani da ka fo Barrow e control be kafule mala bari UDP ngol bay so wo president man ta do ko wala nga Adama nga Adama Barrow je jana ala haftan ni beñu wala fo ga jele way Adama no Adama bu case ledi I haftan green ni gol do ngani fa do Barrow nala luneto itata kalil lay ko kata ya jabela family le konto no manasi bu case le manasi lo ko hani wala bi jele le so jele woto mo alafta ya jamme ko alafta pour APRC ya support so bari ya jamme na ta reject sanata maneke akombari nga APRC fara fulati at least maybe soto manga dol soto because our intention was the whole APRC as an entity ya jamme validation odi ko alta rally behind Adama Barrow but ya jamme jututa Adama Barrow lale ngal ya moy la ko kuma kawol men fo Barrow ma ya jamme have no respect for Adama Barrow ya jamme aman jutu mo la Gambia hani Alhaji Ousainou Darboe I will respect by far more than Adama Barrow ya jamme have no respect for Adama Barrow abala jim president yala ya jamme ma faale because ya jamme ka Adama Barrow aka describe jamme défoncer Hussein Ly so nanga kam faale so bar wo jutu na ya barole wo siya fa ngoma mana na wo jutu na he ngo hadama di wo nyante fam bu nyala le bi Yaya Jammeh le nyanta Barrow nyaanyini la bar Barrow man nyanna Yaya Jammeh nyaanyini la bar Adama Barrow le jututa fongola atata tamata kalila anala haftan green because mana la haftan green ni godo pour kata di Adama Barrow la Yaya Jammeh le ko mela kample Jammeh Musa ya malondi aka ko hey ya lo expression wala ka mel used bari Barrow o jutu na yasina foma because bi ya Jammeh be exile ya Jammeh lafta murla banko kam bi ya Jammeh nyanta Adama Barrow nyaani la bar Barrow tata kaka ya Jammeh nyaani ni wo be because a UDP jamfa aman sino man tego and I don't know how powerful UDP is a combating ngata APRC mol kafundima pour que election o bin because Barrow ya lone ko on his own at a UDP engage la non Barrow yalo on his own among coalition nyina ma APRC nyina adama nala nyim president ya ati hangla lot of UDP so arada la Barrow samana so UDP go balaga nyina malasi la ko wala biwa manasi mu case ledi manasi o guy so UDP government nana da fankola kola Alhaji Ousainou Darboe is not going to walk alone. He has a formidable, one of the finest economic minds, officials, they are ready, professionals with experiences in institutions at the level of the UN, the World Bank, IMF, and the African Development Bank, who are ready to serve from day one. The focus is clear. Ndolbelo Menkang is very clear. Okay? Strengthening, now I'm reading this from my phone, so apologies. My other phone. Strengthening healthcare systems. Strengthening, revitalizing agriculture and local production. Investing in quality education. Addressing the cost of living. Baluo, make a woman nabi. Bagasi sernañ. Fighting corruption. Curbing inflation through responsible fiscal management. Inflation on intala. So these are all very good policies, but what is important is for them to be implemented, because we are very good at writing fanciful things. Africa, it had the African Union, it had the ECOWAS, we have voluminous volumes of protocols and policy documents lying in dust. Nothing, not implemented, particularly when it comes to the single currency in Africa. Very great ideas, but Africa is very good at ID. I hope and pray that we UDP government will not just be putting this on paper, but we will have to implement them for the benefit of the Gambian people, because that is the most important thing. We can write all these ideas, but what is key is for them to be implemented. These are not abstract promises. UDP lahidora ko promise kensonti. They are structured. These are structured policy directions. As a seasoned legal practitioner with over 5 decades of experience, he understands institutions. Almost sanji talulu experience of the lawyer la Carola. Ay Gambia la doku bundala ay fahamle. He understands due process. I due process understand. He understands it. Reform must be lawful, structured, and sustainable. His security sector reforms will be guided by experts, not politics, ensuring professionalism, discipline, and respect for human rights. Let's all speak about character. Nana program ko character dajiko. Ala juseno dabo mome experience oto. Ala bango tamanya te kala force oti. Everything will be based on law. Okay? And he will rely on his experts to guide Yamar Lalo. But atela cool tamandi nyate kala politikoti. Wale bekala the variance between lawyer double-led government and Barrow government. Barrow decisions are guided by politics. Wala na bi Barrow bankobe ya ila balon kono santoto kataje rural electrification okije. Very great idea and welcoming. Because Gambia ding more lota iko man lafi Gambia ko le courant soto mo man yana wo fola. But it's all guided by politics. UDP nimbarola fatam fanso de kala janto la banku do ko te guided by politics. Nim politic wato si dambe political but nim do ko wato si dambe do ko kala irrespective of whether it's good for this region. For example, ni UDP man so gonna be siri. NPP mayor wala be Banjul for example. Wallahi nim mayor be do ko kala le. Nta jibele ko NPP mo yolo bije. Nte defante kala. Alaju Senu Dabote Lola kata for example nim Brikama NPP la kiamano le biji Alaju Senu Dabote microphone vuna ko Brikam West ko nal malla ni kiamano boni janta la marso do kola Alaju Senu Dabo na to diam si fal kala fo bari nga baroja la yake. So Barola development is guided by politics. Ntolu UDP ngolu and another thing left main address la. So UDP nimbe na program la ali ngani agenda wafi wala na lafta mole kata ufanye. I am doing my program here. Since I started my program, this is what I've been talking about. Wala nangone more lote tem opposition oti. El agenda wafi, yedi am barola kuala 80% of your program. Maybe if you want to respond 20%. That's how responsible entities work. Because another thing that I want to discuss, iko Alaju Senu Dabo nkala critics almost iko credibility. What is not credible about Alaju Senu Dabo? Because kununga modola jaja wafon kante fon criticize bakele dio maje jam follow malam fabi janeba for esai tolomba esai jane kununga gala safaro ko it's about credibility. And the credibility ni afo wolom bar Alaju Senu Dabo la ni statement o ka foko ni momo ko be baro forcé la mbita ko 3 years woda malom de kudo ta ko woda malom. But listen, alnane politician jumale jaja me alonko passino buka misspoke anamanan kuma fo me alonko hadamadi yalo woti. And Alaju Senu Dabo argument was based on law. Yes, in the frame of the coalition agreement, Mosa Fono okay, Mosa Dieno Nyado Nyamale because the coalition agreement, but he spoke on the merit of the law. But again, Nibe Alaju Senu Dabo blame la. What any coalition partner solve for blame la. Let's be fair. I believe in fairness. Because Alaju Senu Dabo nata, atoli ala kambionge. Na nata kuba fo, muna na Halifa Saleh ni mai fati wolu, ani nyindolu, Farmata Jallow Tambaja will be my press conference command ko ntol nimba usinu la ni statement on tol man songala biko breme agreement so dem bele son Adama Barrow ya sign ko Ajaratu Mariam Bis ka ya fo nyame ako agreement on yin man sign for MOU le man sign bam for agreement on sign them malo one of them ngama all of our interviewed. Okay, so Adama Barrow ya sign so if France fundina a counter statement bondi ye ba usinu lo ko you disagree but they all kept quiet. Was it right for them to be quiet? They could have countered by Usenula's statement because Banco Mbele Dentala and it told they were important stakeholders in that agreement. They could have just said, okay, we understand Ala Usenula's position because he's speaking on the basis of the law, but in total coalition of Anang, they could have made a joint statement. Shouldn't we criticize them for that, for not making a joint statement? But Breba Usenio for Italy day. Now people are going on TikTok every day. Wow, 3 years. So it will look because of that, the person. That has nothing to do with somebody's credibility. Politician olga wahu wahed le. Ndefa wahu wahed tale. Ndefa wahu wahed tale because ntele kono mem fonyo political ajang. Sai man dam fonyo because NPP gol ko samana every time. Ha ndefa wahu wahed tale. I'll be honest. Jumala be jambe buga wahu wahed. Wahu wahed ka kele. But ni isonta ko nga wahu wahed kele. All right. So new issue ko wole samana, and UDP goal we will hear this, all over the but new samana alafo ko tonya. Sometimes it's going to be very difficult to defend these points, but alafo ko tonya, okay, and nka argument member for kafo okay yes, our bank UDP in a position or Bausen in a position. Yes, I know people say that, but Bausen is a de facto leader of UDP, so when he speaks, is by default he's speaking on behalf of the party. He has the highest office. I understand in detail there was a difference between the UDP position and this position, but he's the leader of the party. All right. So what we can do is, yes, fair enough, he said this, but the other stakeholders could have countered his statement. Why didn't they counter his statement? Why are we not criticizing those people for that? I think that should be argument. Because maybe the country could have just weighed the two. But this is the point that they keep bringing routinely. But it have a lot corrupt. So you can point someone to pin him down and try to tell people that yes, okay, this and all sort of things. Ani man kan tolu UDP ko criticize na ko Barrow is our Barrow. Mbele ngo fo jam. But why not? Barrow came from UDP. We have to support him. But when we realize that Barrow is Silo Bulale, and for some of us, it's not because Birai Ba Usenu Bai. For some of us, being a Barrow like Tamandir Njajan, Tolganda Bondala, Ngamfangul Jindala Bosokolo. Yes, maybe there are some UDP members who waited until Birai Ba Usenu Bondi, what they criticize him. But some of us started criticizing Adama Barrow even before I bow to buy from government. So left and more than understand. So now let me talk about IEC. Then I open the lines for you guys, for people who want to call in. Alinga will IEC la kuala baki. Alinga press la IEC kam. Ni parti jama be banko ke nyanda deregister la le. Alinga IEC nyininga mana neman deregister. Hey, law has to be respected, and this is the problem I said. Just like all the civil service code is there, they violate it with impunity because they are supporting Barola government. One of the qualities of a good citizen, if you study civic education, can somebody answer that question? Bankudin kendo nyanta munel kela. Amango katalo TikTok na banko kanole. There are certain criteria in to be a good citizen. Can any tell me what is one of the fundamental requirements of a good citizen? I'm asking that question here, Bantaba audience. If anybody knows the answer. One of the requirements to be a good citizen. What is it? Bankudin kendo nyanta munekela. I'm waiting on Facebook and TikTok for somebody to give me an answer. Bankudin kendo nyanta munekela. Inyanta mu mankutol menda men kumayata. And we see that a lot in the West. And in Tubabudujang, let me give you a cue. You want to have, no, not to be a good patriotic. That's not the answer. That's not the answer. Well, to vote is important, but that is not the key answer I'm looking for. Tubabudujang, nibela kaito nyinela, lafita Swedish passport, or you have the German passport, or you have the British passport, or you have the Norwegian passport, or you want to apply for citizenship. You should know what are the requirements that they look for. In fact, those things, they can make you not to become a citizen. Not birth certificate. Birth certificate is part of it, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. Nibela kaito apply la jang. There are things that they look for. Molme citizenship apply in the UK to get your British passport. Ibela naturalization on you because you need to naturalize in order to get your British citizenship. So Nibela British citizenship, what are the things that they look for? And they can even deny you your citizenship because tubabol value. Thank you. Somebody just said criminal records. And that has to do with respecting the law. Thank you. One of the requirements of a good citizen is to respect the laws of the country. For a loi bunya, momo loi bunya, you are not a good citizen. So that's the answer. Wala na tubabuja nibela citizens apply. They look at the records for imu loi tinyalaleti. Nika loi tinya itela kaito dila because yalon neko banku din kendo nyante ka loi bunya. Wala na jang nibela naturalization. They look at your records. Even julolu. Even now, in Britain here, you have records of debts. You can go and clear your debts, then even naturalization paper deal. So that has to do with the character. That has to do with the laws. Because Africa, we don't respect the laws. In United Kingdom, the Prime Minister have got ethics advisor. Adama Barrow doesn't have an ethics advisor because we don't care about ethics. We don't care about morality. British Prime Minister, ethics committee, a cabinet ministers, or where they break the code of conduct of cabinet, ethics advisor like a prime minister. Or like a word like then as a prime minister, no, I ethics break or not. Adama Barrow, with all these advisors he has no ethics advisor. And probably he shouldn't have it. Because Abekala na fantamology, it's going to be a waste of money. But I hope UDP government will have an ethics, President Lawyer Dabo will have an ethics advisor. Member can advise on ethics when the minister violates the code of conduct, ministerial code of conduct. President Onyante Lamoila will advise. Today, United Kingdom, one of the reasons Munana Mam participate in Iran wala because the Attorney General reportedly will a Prime Minister appoint is putting the Prime Minister in a precarious position. But Attorney General ko nying kelo membe keka is an illegal war because lawyer lemati. I Prime Minister advice ko America be nying is illegal. But the Prime Minister is listening to his Attorney General, President Nyatongol, but he is coming on the political thing ko ha UK nyanta participate in American relationship betinyala blah blah blah. He is coming under a lot of scrutiny from the media. But the Prime Minister is listening to his Attorney General. Ko nying kelo is not in have legitimacy. One of the criteria of a good citizen is to respect the laws of the country. You shouldn't drive a car without a driving license. Civil Service Code of Conduct, if you're a good citizen, you should respect it. Civil servant, DBJ, you should not be out in politics supporting the government, a party, when you're a civil servant. But we have our civil servants violating the laws of the country. So Gambia, we see these are the things that we should look at. Bankudin Kendea, for the Lua Bunya. You cannot go and park your car in a disabled bay. They will come and put a charge for you. No return within 1 hour, whatever. From 8 to 6, permit holders only in the UK, charge. Right? And this happens in America, this happens in most parts of Europe. But Africa, the problem is, we don't care about the laws of the country. So to Gambia, kan mo fale luwabi. Because ngurgi sen bopa, respect kunyi luwabi. Civil servants, Adama Barrow tarala ko molbe mansa kunale, niye nyinike ka fonte manta patito, but wolbe opposition already. But yala he has no problem with mansa kunla konte mo NPP leti. Barrow has no problem with that. Then he would have problem with Suntu Ture. So Tuture is NPP, but he's a civil servant. Should he be openly advocating for NPP? No, he should not. In fact, Barrow will be supporting him. So we have a problem in Africa. So Bankudin Kendaya Fuele Lua Bunya. Hani Amanjare Karajibe, whatever. I think we should respect the laws of the country. Nibe tubabudu jang ila loi bunya. Ni loi tinya accept ko loi tinya. Aketa dollar jang in the UK. Ndala nationality follow. Anala musobe tubabudu Angleterre jane la kaitol soto. But they have indefinite leave to remain. They don't have their citizenship. I parking fine Lesotho. Ya safe nang aya nyakasi. Amazon na jola. Parking fine. Can you imagine parking fine? However it is. Ngamere hefty fine like £70 anyanta wole jola. Yalon jang iko niajo within 14 days they reduce it to £35. But nimajo within 28 days you pay £70. So at Nyakas it increased to £70. Nyakas uofanana. Then they keep increasing it. They keep writing him later. Akatala for atata abanyakas is £270. Yalo moment balanta £35 jola. What is £270 fine jola? So ikala musoya advice kai ko bari nyanta nyin clear la ko he nya ko nyurite fennola jiten sambala court. Yeah, it is look, honey samba court, those are small amounts. Foreign council. UK council doesn't joke. Council honey wala £10 lebele be sambala kitiola. Council nini wol dunda nyola ma wala julojo wol be sambala. But new other companies they may not waste their time to go after this 200 or whatever because the cost of the court fees and whatever. So they will keep writing letter. Akakela credit file. They will put it in your credit file. They will put it in as bad debt. But at the moment, I want material indefinite ole sota temala citizenship sota. Ala muso meta ya marla. Wala na mo ni kata kewoti. Sometimes alinka lamo in a partner la. Kewodol bije they feel that Ndolo Alfati and the master in the house. You have to listen to your partner. So hakil kili manga hakilti. So eko muso ba advice kanko yamara nte nyunjola da nyunjola manso na jola. Sa atata rek atata citizenship apply naturalization. Home office ya trap wallet. Because you see this country, home office, whatever information that they want to have on you, they can have it on you. You cannot hide. There is no place to hide. Jang system like a work jang. System of work Africa. Jang, whatever information, because they have the powers, they can get your files from Inland Revenue, they can get your files from anywhere, because that's the home office. They have the authority. So, Malaketa, Adedala certificate of doing the file or doing the whatever, yeah, Safenan. Character reference. Character. You have to have a good character. Janibela citizens. Alajibe Molben Bela Kaito apply UK, you can for good character reference. So, at your character reference on Yanika. So, I only dolbe tick for gala certificate, but the good character, I always fail. Ya safe kai ko ye julole soto nun jang e majo wolonne wuro kumatala soko andala musoka ya fine ko bari nyin clear. Because of that, you are reject. And you know what that costed that guy? You end up paying 1,500 and something for your naturalization. I lost the money because you get refund. Janier rejected you lost the money. So ya safeko ya la citizenship. Even though all the women too have to listen to some of them. But man, this male chauvinist, this male dominance, whatever. I think some of our people believe that's culture. I'm not part of that. Some people believe in that. Sometimes we also have to listen to a woman. It works both ways. Sometimes a woman can be smarter than the man. Okay? Sometimes musola analysis, musola cool DNA, all be tamilate. Just because it doesn't mean that it could be analyzed effectively. Yes, all right. But niata no wokke wonyin ayala musola yamaro la moy nyinjo imaja balanta la moy la disregard atata fandu de meskono ya reject a lost ala ko la mala citizenship. So and yalo janier is a citizenship la. You can only reapply the other court, because you know many discretion all of discretion. To be a citizen here is the discretion of the British authorities or European. It's not a must. It's not that you're entitled to it. Discretion on the Home Office, the Home Secretary wants today, I need a passport as a bondi, as a citizenship council. Yeah? So Amangako, you're entitled, like Gambian passport, Womila entitlement. Because he would have wallet. Mansakonda tela citizenship bondi la Gambia. O sembetela. To bawol me wuluta jam, British ol me wuluta jam, ite all citizenship revoke. But in dolmen can naturalize, wo inila face la citizenship from revoke within the twinkle of an eye. So that means basic law is very important as a good citizen. Even though for the citizenship we should look at that. Why would you give citizenship to somebody me alon kamera bankola law bunya? So a criminal record also. It always you are in the problem. So this is why I brought this topic, and it's very important that we talk. But African good before will move of a sotu guri Adam Barrow. So Narajane programming document will share with you. And I want to appeal to all our UDP Melka Diamana platform also. Yes, let's do politics. Yes, let's respond if required. But let's use pretty much of our time and pursue the agenda of United Democratic Party by explaining our policy documents to people. All right. So that way we are killing two birds with one stone. We will respond when it is necessary, because sometimes it's good to respond. You cannot just wait for people to pound you, keep telling you stuff. But the greater emphasis should be put on this. And again, I'm going to remind you guys, after the holy month of Ramadan, we'll have a fundraiser, UDP La Media Team, Menala Jankal Dani Korola, Nisehu Kamara live, and we will have GoFundMe accounts. We will, and more chapter, you are encouraged to put it in your chapter's account. But when you put it there, when you put a donation for media communication, so that it doesn't mix up with chapter Lakoro. All chapters, Melbourne Diaspora have been given this information so that they should encourage their members to put this fund. When that money is collected, it will be handed over to UDP La Media Team, because we plan to launch a website, and we also plan to have a very solid media team on the ground. Okay. So we'll make a Kodole need. And that's what we'll have this media team do the fundraising. On that note, Simon Bundayel saying Ali Lionel Tala, more men love to contribute on this show. I'll say contribute. Allah Barakabak. Thank you. Bambas is here. Who else is here? Let me see. Nkamola Jambi Mang Melje Malam for TikTok Lenyun Selendi Bang. I don't know, because these names are not familiar here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, some of these people I don't know, menu no long for TikTok. Okay, and TikTok is acting funny. Keba is here. Yama. Okay. Maybe Bambazi a request key journal a dropped her. So Keba Benyari.
Bro, I'm feeling kacha betiaka diamola kuta katano war.
Abaraka.
Yo, ntafundi yamar ndundi la Gambia no labore singara diamola mamandi bari ya bela fondo mo dinde like bola so not only diambo now dan nantan bela no. Yeah, so baringa no for Gambia no alla carros kanna di babala. Ntol mel bebe janna na wulula al kuma de bari sungaro kono belan ko do ki. Amol mako alla tonya ko indima. Don't dal tinyaro mina kelele e kam fo ni modul ndabu fo la mo fo ba ko no fo ndafan kas ta damandina bot mon na rafu nyogo e bulaji, because ntole na politiko ke na alfa me alambano ma akame ko kole alna kuduo samba dawa da so alna kuduo samba nta dun ko fo mole to na fa se junkurol ke damandi niamul junko ba junkur bani alkano tandinde make so but se ko kontanta baake mete la moy la diamol la kuta if on baraka baake almale so jadi ko
amen Amen.
ma ala selo kenna kayra ba kata wote ala kana kenna ken samati no
Amen. Amen.
ko aga baro masa kunda fansa burka nyame yala kana bon ku kana ke mo kana lanjuro soto alma ala beso manta be ngolo so bambas fana nal be konta baraka ba ko ken tabe na dia mo dan daja fanyato
Okay, okay, baraka ba ke ba fana dia bo betala be fana tendo la doku kendo yo menke kam nyimo mbela doku wolti mo kelinta kala no ifana me doku kendo ke kana na be tendo la be jay la dia mol ko betea and I hope Gambian will yellow appeal on you my prayer cut off Baba Usino Daboy. Thank you so much. Bambas Italo next day. Thank you.
Yeah, brother, there's a chance, you know, Sister Maila.
Okay, Mai, go ahead, please, Mai. Okay, what I'm in Bambas Mandia, I'm gonna Mansaya. For Bambas, you want to go now?
Yes, I would.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so brother La Barakabake, come and Kiwaya for Yamandrom, we tend to Lambeja Labake for, you know, always standing up for your country and for the UDP.
Abarako.
Yeah, Alama Ale base of Kenya.
Amen, amen, amen.
December 5th, Hechida would declare as winner.
Amen, amen, amen. Amen.
Yeah, so brotherly, yeah, Kaja Kuma Balkijang, especially remember the dalilo mi atina ko gambe di wonyanda ka adama bondigi nanata tilingola adama man tiling
aman tilinde
mo suo fono nyawnyara ndi nyame andung you should not regret it because adama man tiling adama man ke president of the alon ko tilinta gambe bi gol kema
yeah
and there are so many evidences to that alon ko woli o itande okay just to give you few ngaji janne ko loya bori toure diamata janne itata isapita wakang itata ya samba itata ditin ya samba kitio mama jabi mi alon ko saying wala mo adama la fankoti the attack warrior
yeah
wo kanendro ke janne nendri sifade yo gambin kam
I end from attack recently from
and receive at the become minke opposition leaders, especially UDP leader and UDP amount. But Monamana Jahani Sinya killing your command police station.
I got a long barola general. General Mobogo command.
Exactly. At the Amotajan Kitty or Kitty Mialan, Usen Frankaba Wallacon, Usen Bojambe Kitty of Minkono. Mama Jabi, I intend to go Usen Bojambe Sonale. And look, Menga Lonko. What is a crime in our laws?
It's contempt of court.
Contempt of court. Because it a court me along proceedings bidaka. It a ka formule ko kitio nyimbe lala nyame wala nyanta lala nyame. As if italam jojo.
And that even witness let you are commanded as a witness to that case.
Exactly. Exactly. What if I was in the phone? So now, if Alamantanka la science natra ko Jojo sign ko ako fanka the Bojang guy is guilty of this particular crime.
Yeah.
More sa phone ko no what a nyung ko kule tamata je.
Yeah.
Because Mama Jabi ya fole ni alon ko is a key witness in case ni kono. But being ngajira ko kuma finti wol be ko so wol be kam mi tan wala mi ko barola tilimbalia aningala tilimbalia gambe di wol damal tim. So Adama is not a just leader. Anong Adama corrupt le bro se linda ba jimfola mbaka fo allegedly Adama is corrupt Adama because afon dale afo Adama ko atele député ol duku dale si wuli tan na jang aya fo
bari bamba yame ala o molma Adama misunderstand what about
manika ko ni ko mo wala mi ye corrupt
no Adama yalo Adama bambas Adama mandi amono de But NPP call ko Bambas NPP call ko baroma fo nyame ko baroko e ko ndol tatale ayo fo dabe ngol to kuntu ala full speed e ko baroko e ko nga dipite ol duku e kayo wole fo
no ako fonga dipite ol duku anu majambo sa fo finti kalo fana yo o CD ale ko o
I will go and listen to that audio video again.
I have explicitly. Yeah, but NPP kolu it all dolby idal kalantale. Well, honey, EFM ko je bafla no among ko yafinta. You can understand. So they will try to twist that word ka for baroma for nyame. But the audios are there.
Okay.
I'm back from the ngaple no live dole to. Okay. So I went on Facebook ka wo fen ko video ni ta ka jube. Tata ngaje ngaple gale be klo ya moy baroma for ko ngadi bidol du dalas
Wolitan.
So now, Baro is corrupt. And Baro la corruption no wole be Gambia for patandi kan ning batami alon kabalari ning banko ka nyadi. Because Baro ning businessman no lebe do ko la mini alon ko wole bala ala political party sponsor kan.
Yeah.
You can understand.
Yeah.
And ning businessman no sign banko bo wole bulu banko la marchandise bo wole bulu so mimbe je wole nyitiko wol ka marchandise na Gambia banko kan e ka wafi adiate nyamen.
Yeah.
Ika wafi adiate nyame adu barote ate nyul challenge la no ate caution la no ate nyininkala no because munamu ala poso be nyul buloko
yeah
to gambe do nyanda kanyina understand ya lonko barola mo la problem mot ika understand be ngaji janne atondi same time follow as we are speaking right now for nyomin ka dunna Gambia banko kan mo clean dam malaka for nyow dunna o banko kan mo mo fankati atondi Kalilu Wage.
Yeah, monopolistic right there.
Monopolistic right di wala la pour ka far ñew dund na mo la banko. Okay, just imagine say Kalilu Wage say min diata say o bo kala.
But remember what Kalilu Wage ole moto sambaro di. Moto kuta.
Exactly. O fana evidence ol bijela.
Aga fa na ko ñi Kalilu ñi ifa barobo explain ka Senegalese bodyguard le no. Ka fa ko.
Video ka ko. Sama mo jina pajero.
My camera la bro la lom de.
Wala na ko baro ndaka fa na diamol ko adama moti ni ala ko akiti ndo be soni ala ba.
Jojo Ndour la ex bro la lom baro.
Adama kiti ndo be soni ala de. Adama fodi man sa kunna mi la fika sa bakiti ba ni lafta ka adama sa bakiti. Ani loya mi ala ko wala la ko be ata loyal beti. Ni woya adama la kiti yota adama will be
bari baro ko nate bada president akona bada president yala fonate la julobe Gambia la ba Gambia la julobe la wala fo
well master la de damen follow I mean declare at IEC in 2021 ko at wala so I jela for 200 was it 200 million
yeah around that
akay wala so 200 million what time on adama la saradi for beta ya calculate
amosi
Ana fe mom kutu do fong bondala salary do ta nyama kata ya la ni banko nya ama 200 millions okay ate ko 200 million wala be wata bul ayo boni min do ate o boni min do adama o boni min do anu adama declare at IEC fanon ko 9 properties wala ba bul at the time
wow
okay because journalists only be captured 9 properties adama o 9 properties ayo be boni wat ayo be boni min do in a span of 5 years ayo be boni min do
Feninga CDC nyininkaade ala new friend. Men dara la Quran ne dali manka monkun.
Wala dara expose. This is dara expose.
Abaraga Bambas, thank you. Thank you very much. My camera bismillah pare tala bamfo. Yani kala o wada mansa ya.
Pare tala mbali be konta na momo be line note jani men be safero la men be la moro la be mo be kontana loda se Gambia la ko bala fa warata ya lon Gambia hansa man Adam Barrow la tinyaro jen dun taje la folo fona
bota je
nul be Adam Barrow la tinyaro je la na buli taje ay banko tinyanya ma na ay banko kono fangal tinyanya me na wuli talen Gambia nul balon
to na woli
yeah so nte be Gambia nulu mbe men follow Gambia be alon Adam Barrow la first enemy me alon kate wala je kala enemy mo wala mbawsent so aliya mera bang nim bawsen ye ku kenyi mansa kunda kono me alon kanin luwa manta o ay corruption o keje atoliya mera Adam Barrow te fintila nan ka bawsen just ka disgrace Gambia no nyati ngola ka humiliate Gambia no nyati ngola aliya mera ta o kelaba so Gambia no lumbe nyanna wo jelali kilingo nyamale Adam Barrow biteng abenyi mansa kunda sirin baraka men koronto aba jela nyim banko ka wala mbawse na maloti wala mala downfall ta wala matela aim ta tabe membato kambi so to Gambia dingolo nyim pa bi ma fomo ko mena sila Gambia le forever o mbe sila la mansa kunda le forever ko one time how many years just 5 years so nyim pa bi ma wodi staff Gambia no lubuluba ay batamenta Gambia la politiko kono hana la politiko damma kono ay batamenta di ngamira yo di staff mbulle secondly nyimpa bi ama fomo ko ninna ta si mansa kunda kono nali ye palaso nali ye sirango dinna mendo be UDP wal damma la be do ko kala nyim mansa kunda kono no ntol nyim UDP mansa kunda nanata mo mornde mu Gambia dingoti ndiya capabilities tole pour ka do ko ke o mansa kunda kono ya qualification no soto e be do ko kala je tala miro to UDP mansa kunda ba jela o nyama yo Gambia dum ntol be ya jele mbe men kono sign ntol be ya jele banko be men kono sign Gambia la institutional be le wafita sign be le be wande mol bul me ya lonko Gambia dingol fonse marano wala lendo sa do kundinol mbe ya jele batame mbe banko kan mbe ya jele batame mbe Gambia kono bi so to Gambia dingol alinga bankoje alinga na bankoje oppositional alna aliyeka for United Democratic Party manganyim banko bonde nyin 2026 carte fayem binate nganyim banko bonde mbe ya jele banko be batame kon mbe ya jele Gambia dingol be batame kono Gambia musol e kaltol sika janne kalbla pala solte ke be tabulol be katen jay kal fay pikopo kono e kala baga sol fay pikopo kono fo muso dol ka pisale kalo ka fa nyinan nembe jeno kala nyim banko kan o jibillahi mina setan radi wo mu banko la masi bolet woto Gambia ngalong nyindo ko memba kante anin nyim banko mem mba kono ten momo e kota mem pleje buka ke bawseni ndu buka ke United Democratic Party bari ka ke banko le e ka ke banko le alingam fanje ko banko dingol le monte Gambia mbe ya jele nyim election o men tambeta jamuna keta pati jamal le lota banko kan biri pareta yalon ko itolte winandu yalon ko itolte tanu lato yela pati yole sika mofula mosa wale tata la Adam Barrow kan mbe wojejan ndu the same thing le bina fa repeat la jam ndu nyin ko le sono men ka ke comme mol ka fa nyame tonya be dame ni na ta jibe fam do la pati yo fam hana mo wawla si so ite ibe palasi ni no lan tanga je wala nyama pati yo do bi je be palasi ni no la because nin ko le sono fam keta to ku ya ko le sono dron nan bayri iba fala ha karla pati be je le so anyen na ministry kunna marala le anyen na palaso marala waya tara wala o pati yo nalo ta faye hani korda fanga ata keno la korda ti suti fanga so nyin ko le son ku anta fanan na jeroto UDP ta faye drum men yalon ko e banko je lafta banko landum pati le ito mo se kumande no ko pati lu ye na ye laikan banko kon la baraka
Abaraka Mai, thank you for your contribution. Fatian Fanambi Janne aning mother of 3. Mansa idolon next ijaning kata ngara Fatian ya. Ngalen sundeo mansi is Finland followed. Mamela sitaje. It should be 4:42 there now. I think so. So Mansa, go ahead.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kayaknya kontong ngila lamar lal min be kontong mil fanam be panelo santo ngal be kontong.
Abaraka.
Programu nying aku mata ba kala binum dum be la moy rola. Kecal bita kan kul alhamdulillah. Mumun ye contribution of fanam kidan alama alay.
Amen.
Ndela komo bita mento wala na IECT. Jadi itu fon na taka announcement ke ila website do kaitandi karna la voter registration of sutula Gambia banko kan so ndebe nakumo bo indi la dami sambala fanna mi dole mu diaspora non melbe jang mo mon se simo se futundi no Gambia banko kan eta yela voters card min muta iya ani ya because me kachal ke kan internet ol tole ngal na Gambia dingol fana be la moy rola le ko mo message ni do futa kan fanna do anyanta futala dama ni molbe mona fankam bakele message wala be mil spread kam so ala kumala bakele mo man singa si futandi no Gambia banko kan karnala ta yela carte ke so nyumuta ya nyini because so fanan broda se wa kumata bakele as long as medium ka internet wolto para di eno bidia disono ka mid mid wala mo at the polls disono ka ke wolto wala mo carte ke so
true
so na brothers all na sisters all mil bebe diaspora mo man singa si futandi no Gambia ita yela carte ke so nyini anu ning December fanan sita marin se fero ke yefuta ani atare man carte ke so do bari ila taro Gambia banko ni kanje abe ujama jamal de falin na je fana ya ise mo mal le fana falin no memba tinala disono ni tol bebe men ni kam baso no la Gambia nyama inshallah so wala mun dala ko modi ngamul be konton ante fa sen fana bi model of 3 mbambas kiwa kata mai ngamul be konton ala baraka wa
baraka manza ila ko mo be that's a good advice, thank you. Fat sen ngame tolo next day
Seku
enembara
ngai sedi linge jombe batarin de man
sungo ye nole bi sungo ye nole
rungo wante no sungo bukan no kipang ko di Gambia do sungo buke
Gambia no sungo buka Gambia no de
ani mimbe pala sakante
ani meme ba zabonde sungo de abafle de buka hande de sungo buka kugendela
ngai seku ngela moy lembe modi be control na mil be platform o to mili be la moy ro la hani mili be yo fi ro la palantero to be la moy
enembara
be control seku ntede ntebe min fala Gambia dingoli ye kantu sila nyin ko ale sono ni nata wala karola sila wo kumo se ya tale sila wo kumo fe man safu woto ko te ka se ya tale sila sai mbayri party leader solu carte fayla ko be wobe Gambia la fawonte
tonya
andu wodu la to wol min bije UDP de baw senin to la leader ya fula ko party be yele rinde ngam bulo yele mo be de andu wato man si folo hani kabi dolu titabar molu bitala andela kan nyinnala ko UDP nene da mate lola molu la kan kam molu man lankan barim fanambe molu sotolale miliye bankoje wol binala ha mil fanam man nano idam ma wol idam ma lafte ke nyoka lafte te fango to la haji to barim tol dum be UDP le andu baw sen mo na flag biarat ma tele support kan andu fana ya bulo yele banko dingol yenne sai pati ko to dingol ngabi be miliye bankoje wol binala le la kanko alingan na kato ke nga nyimman sakunda
ba farse yamera man koy fon ko nga candidate saba soto nde wolende hanindi dara nyinta
ante fanambe la firi wole la fanambe la firi wala nga candidate saba soto andum candidate saba be soto la bayri don lo tale woli asene yandi la ko bawu seni te isena UDP de bar nim bawu sen o party leader ni wala mun na flag biara titina doli o ko indila ko imalli man balankana bar nim ba usen flag biara titina kantu mo buka o wini ndido andu wala mun to la flag biara yalla tol to fali ba usen tol to fal nan tol ni wala bita fa janni ala be mi tandila so sai nyim farlo le mo be kunto pour adama baro e wuli o bankoka yalla seku ya jamme taymo aketa janne coco kumata mba fala ko ha mili kadiyamu ani wolle be nyola nte dati je bar laba wala mobile dana ta taraje
to na
laba wala mobile dana ta taraje mamman kumate ko sojarol da male be nyola karambu to dindol tana te ko karambu to dindol da male be nyola opposition li kani opposition le be nyola bara me o me tay banko be bennede andum ni yaje obe banko ben dole bi je fang se kum tella tara ko 100% BBB ni yaja melota Gambia kono kes dole bi je ni ya fa yaja me ba falale nene ma kala mutan nene ma lon ko ke ta Gambia ko banko ta tale folla bangola molu damal ka nyoba yindi ni te sewo wataminti la soto ba nyato ni ba nambara no la ya nambara ni ba ni jongulal bole no la ye bole ya bute fayla fila fala ya la njur ni ba fa no la ya fa Gambia ta fa ta stage ole andu ni baro tambi tambe murla jele de yalon baro la support albe ni media kono la seku ni ndiya muta ibine no male ko ela o kumo withdraw e ka wala fo e wo kumo withdraw ni ibe futala Gambia
kunu dola yake ja version kunu si baba yake ja si baba
andung Gambia di wala ngake kili wati nga nyumara lodan alinga ke kilimati nga nyimara lo dang wallahi bi do be gele la nimbaro tambite sa kumbono bayri nin tolbe nyim media kono jan tol ko Gambia independentally ntol ko ngam samin sindi amon kido ta carte ke sole ya sindi banku di wolle carte fa ya sita democracy kan je ni dia muta wala supportal ka finti media ko ne ka foye ko is luwa be mutala ni ta Gambia be arrest la alinga hakiloto seku ya ga metay mo jang billahi mol ke la silo parendi jang ini mo fan katara nyo kan jang ake report o ate kalon kantu mili be Gambia ta man sarawolle ta malo min tumale kan bari ni min be nyo kan jang wala information o informal le karta jang wala information o ki ko kare de pareri na kanade andum banko la julute la tous on adara to ka fadoro alinga nyimara loda ika information o ki ko kare be silo kan na kanana abe nyin flight car le tala abe jila nyin time car le dol ka bo jang ila mol fa buka lon koy kanare ka yole bari buka futa aka tara ye ni mol ja hase wala be kurukur kan de barola support albe wala informal le be farsai fanambe ila takala informal leti ibe listol le di daka bayri sai ni ma tuino kono foy ka selem wala platform o to kay tandila ko ika nyimmin fo foy ta malon ko is a prosecute no ala kan tu fa wala mbamano ika fa wala nyama
ika fa wala nyama
so sai ite ya mira seku ntolla nyanto mbabola min tola ko tek Gambia di ngola nga mira mbenne nyanto bola min ifa wala banko ni diam tela banko la kola president mo mimbe sir nga telebe marali ngali bela na amola ite la miro iko amantara banko ta ku kan corruption o e banko faale daki je ngaje bile fo barola fo minister fala advice len jumale ma wo mo itulola millo ta kayta andu wobe Gambia banko la kan ka fo wala to kayta ndiko nyin 2026 barola sionada nta yele bola yelole be bonna jumale yelobe bonna fo mu neketa wala
so mangala
jumale o tretin
no ma
tandana koy hakilotu luwa bulo salano e kanyin kumola jumale o tretin gen tolimin be jang kantun tol kono killing tol kono bi UDP man sakunda nanata tonya momo be diaspora ilafta do ko la banko ka ila londo min sila ya disa pour que la energy di banko la ke la sembo di banko la ke la londo di ka banko do ku ibe do ko la ibe do ko kala je bari bibi la kala seku jumal be haji le koy kala palaso le bula e kata do ko la Gambia nyin corruption ke so
adi
nyin corruption jaw min be banko kam bi jumal be haji la je te koy kala palaso le bula e kata do ko la nyin man sakunda le ko jenim banku di ngol note te se president mo kanu nyawanya isa support nyawanya ila na fabi je nyawanya bayrin ka o fanam moy le jamabe wur la jang e mimbe kulloto alale yalo mimbe kulloto alale yalo ise mo kanu nyawanya ni dandula kala man sakili jamano bu ka duniya bank banku di ngo bele right soto kay wo banko kay mo de ne bu ka lo jang ka Adam Barone wo banko kan ye luwa min fango sambana je seku wo luwa fango wo mu dictatorship luwa let mo man nyanna nenna nendiro o man ke daji koti mo man nyanna hani mo mi wuluta Gambia biya man nendiro di sas oto ni man sakunda be luwa lola nga Senegal je janne de ye nendiro lo luwa la le bari anin ka mola karakatinya ye luwa le ke je momo yake momo la ate man sakunda ko na luwa ibe evidence ko e leitandila hani no ta Senegal ko kari mu jankadi molati amu jankadi wata soto ka nyaminna ibe wala fala waranta luwa bulo eleka
tonya
ge barnin to laman sakunda ka wuli ko e luwa le dida mo kana mo ne barabe kala president wana la family le kana la minister dol carte fayla dum fontol balu nyanta nen nale
wallahi
Senegal fo wali nyanta nen nale ba
hani
mili kanamo jo isalo no de wol bane biri se la fati loy boy kayreti nyanga yena
fadde bolaje
alinga bere bete non na kido dato ni manke nyoba indi te ka Adam Barola maralo dang bintan bere kono nyobo ringole ni ma ke fango esa ke moy kantu ni e boy bero kay ku wala bete ni man loy fang moy esa loy fango yede alinga lo ngaje ko nyimara lo e dang ba
fa je be jere ka NPP support la be safiro la ko ayeji kuma ka wonji ako fof ako ngi remind fo birin tol be abi ilo ko ka ako dol be ñu wuro men be la jama ko bring baro na da fon dol le ko fa baro isa o baro di mo ka be kuma fa la baro ba nga ñapi kam
ntol minimum mo ne baro is baro before but not now anga jesane andam before baro is our baro now baro is not our baro
no baro ba da ñu kuriasi fa la otumo fam
baro tata coalition for banko baro ke Gambia bele tar yale tol mammi understand 2016 mo do be ya jamme no bira buta police station ko na di baro le fay tol ye wolon le bar mili fanan ko baro te kala fenti wo banko kan bi wolle baro tan to bulu ye baro ke mo jawot
tonya
bayri woli mo jawol leti woli lo tale ko Gambia le be banna bar baro te sila wo banko kan
tonya
mo ma si bale boy ta mo do kan do ni yo tuta woto wo bor silo kan doli fata jeni jumalle state of emergency dundi Gambia di wala carte fay kola Gambia di wala yela kangol ndi ya jamme wulindi ngaje janne state of emergency dundi ko momo talan saye tarabanta ni mi ngetel ya ni faway bi walle baroko ya bi walle baroka tat ali fanyo kamol treating adama barono tajanne akon senda wala saya ya contract ko le sayin jumale be wo fala wo banko kan ni man ke baro support at luwa bulo man le kan jumale be wo fala luwa bulo man le kan na modi jawo dula tole ika fa ko karla mobile wala sunya sanji luli ka tarama itu ime samba hanike ima inena manta hani luwa nyati wala ime detention center complete for 5 years akateje sai momi lota ko ade mu kapurka moni yo tayo contract ko le sai sai mune keta wala kuwa hani nasara al mili buka sui buka sali wol se daile wo fo inyon nasara eba ko ila mans ila saya na contract ko le sai na nyim palaso nta bula na fani nga je ta fata ngana mbulo dinde ko banko di wala ala banko fe fo ite ka mo banko ali fanyo ka mo tretinal te mo silandino la jam hey nte fat sen saballe afale na ka Gambia la kola nimmi niyo be bola niyo le bobola bari mur ko matige andu silatigi nte fat sen kanyim minde ko nyim media kono Gambia banko kan ka fo jele andum ba fo la jele niyo botan na banko la kola bari ma moje mimbe mo silandi la pataka ali
infa fashion yabate le fa mo pour mo silandi fa yabate lo
ali fonyo atol mu muneti mune bali bulu ali mune lo mo ma millo ali samune keno mota min keno la karte ka sekili wala bali bulu ali badi wala be Gambia tol badi wala be Gambia kole ya mena ka kan tol bele taki yin sun karo kono ase keno fango ato la molu fango baro biri de talaro la se ka to la molu de talaro fe woso
ne baje la baro sukur bodol ki tol badi ngole fam do
bi ya to la molu de bar to la molu man fen so ta be botan tarake so le bala ka kin na molu jumala siyata moto banko kan to le be wuta o banko le kan be men ta o banko le kan momo ila alifa fulo le wulu wolle kunu wolle kapato hanin tolimin na alfal mu fuaro ti la fuari yakan inena man sadada ni bari yen kulule yen dani yen feto pata yen londi silo kam fo bin tol fanan ni digol limma mari wol jumaale be jumas landi la wo banko kan el min tambita len to murla ko no kote min tambita nkali hani yaya jamente latal ko billahi wallahi tallahi mi amuru dina wo banko kan biya keta mansati ay min no kunu biya ta no la duniya le falin
tale ya
duniya le sota nyokan kunu moka yema wo banko kan ne mo bukaje bi biya mo muta janni ngabe 5 minutes kere gulu mo be ala ne talon be fintila duniya ba jela bi niya mo muta janni tilikilin fulani ketala moli ba lon nare woto duniya le sota nyokan natol ka fo moli ko ika nyimmi foten luwa senu tanole ko ibita Gambia le ni ano ita kan ta Gambia na ka ta Gambia mun be kila marina ali alkabaro le fango tora ko sal kan nyine kaliya ke fali ya mari ke dictator ba ka tamatu abe mol fala abe mol soronna andu man saya woni ne bukatu hey baro dum tale sila mune to taje ka finti abe finti la nyami gobe alale
ya
adun tale de adama baro ni be moy la kane la moy nyili be dangolo la Ndol ni ngi bebe jang 8 hours ba indol la ni Gambia de diari e sayeta Gambia. Ni Gambia de diari ye sayeta si Gambia ne men tan media ko mo treti non la. Ni dol be o treti no fa wala fan kale ka bodo.
Ano si baba be la may kan si baba dun tanan si baba le kunu na
ye fata monu la ngata min ko non to murla ko no koteke Gambia ma wodi sa koteke ka fo ko iba Gambia di wo treti nako ikanyin kumo min fa yelu wale tinya faytele tamduwa faybe luwa do ko
Never si baba am disappointed because si baba kuma te jama for barola nyimban sa kunna ateni Mamadou Sabally lo be the same category and in Ismaila Cissé because wol fane kuma be fo jang keren kafo
mo se ko ba sawata malon taka ja halle do bi den ton fanan ton mo si fa
no Gambia non fala ba xana si fa dole de far sen
ibu kanon ton mo si fa le kamoto ma miliya lon ko bi wala nyante bulo kala kilimote nyoma koy bi wala koy kanyo silandiko ni ta fo nyim famo muna sefu muna nyim fanam famo te mo bala fala ba yinyom banku dimo aman tous fa fala miro ay wala fo akamunte te sawoni dino ni wo futata airport to nyanta wo mutalale nyepet yeta dundi mail tu ite tara se o rinja ite amira ko la de kele to fana kairo wallahi ite amira ko mo ni motora dunia ko ite dunia bulala ala ma itandila alinga nyobula alinga nyobula alin kana sonna banko e murabata min kono
mana farsen mela kuba kundu fon jumala be la Gambia fon fitino itaraji because don't be bada kungol be sare the world we love the Gambia we don't want anybody no more level of violence in that country but you know it's
muna nimbanku di ya fangonten nimbi ya mo fango nyom bata jumala be fango dundila
wallahi
ko bibi lala kalanteni tebe jaminto Ghana Nigeria Sierra Leone asake masibo fango be jamna ngakala mutal
no makala mutal
na haje tije oto ni haje mbe fala nyindi ya mo bela aben na bankole
true
hadama dingo me faadu lalo me siidu lalo bari wuludu la yewolo
tonya
ndol be wulu taw Gambia le kono ye bi Gambia dingo kakalo media le kono kanyon Gambia dingo silandiko ye nyimi fa elu wale tinya waya tara barobe luati nyala ala minister be luati nyala ala support be luati nyala suto nintilo Gambia sa Gambia fango kono kuma albuka kuma fa wali moni mili bi jaybe taro ko sile be so tama kila Gambia kono ko bi alka o dimba malo min fo diaspora latina dimba mamala din diaspora e bulo mu tatol fawte ni tretino mi ngal ka tanya so
wallahi
din diaspora sita jaye bulo mu takar kilin karfula ni yamo yalbe mol tretina o ba tarabaro state house be fintaniki so jaro la kanto iba jalale mon nin kudal ni fewal ka fintina konko to kasla ani fen oto mo be fintina bar bi diaspora latina Gambia be Camry ni wuro ni chochoro rombe wala limbulanga diamu ali kanan tretin al tante wo banko talta kuno la mo abaraka se
abaraka Farsen thank you so much ngamana sa inkata mother of 3 ngame talam Sira ibe nyaadi kodana de
tanaka sungaro be
ama sungaro me fanan no because Gambia no kay sungaro bukal no de mo ko sungaro man no ndema moje men ko bi sungaro en no le
no sungaro man no yalla tilo be tilo bu ko bontel la
yo okay jojo nduru wol sungaro ko no le de bani afara nyini nga aba fule ko sungaro man no hay sew man orbi kain man den li dafa hay te orbi safut yeah abaraka
ndanyo kay ka say nyola fumo kan ndondro kuma ta fola jambi ala ko na mo ko
tonyalo kuma kiligol be wala 50 na fo janni December 5th inshallah
exactly ndela kuma bita karomi no wala nyinti ko ka to ngale na ko nyin coalition diamond mbekeri ka ke batam fort le do nyomo bu ka kenoje so ndako janimbe na energy be waste la on that amela nga focus na pool kandal asekeno ala mol ma koy comme ya fa nyame pat mo dole na la UDP ka ni dol fa na ite faye asekeno wala na Cairo fa nan yara wato dol bije ikata ko do hamme kan
ela Cairo tije
asekeno ela Cairo tije so nyo kay na Cairo be dame alama ala wodi mol la
amin ya rabbi
nga focus IEC kan ani na yin alikalo ni milka attestation o ke momo ni la dandan jube then I'm like to focus low ole kan dal because Gambia be nyamem sai Gambia ko fon se kunta mal ta ka jakal dafa mo dol bi jese ise dia mu yow e kumul foye fo nyabe feterin to nyala bari yet still e buka son to nyanyin accept
bari sira yin coalition dia mo sai fo ngamara jitale de fo hansa wanji
hansa ka ke platform on to
okay
ani kunun kolomba aka platform on to hansa
okay
you know so but ndanga me ka ke kukirun to do back and forth mo buka benefit sort of from diamol ginto because aka ke kukirun minute so nyindal interfe focus on IEC and in Baro. Baro you lom na problem what in ndol manyana kela na problem what. What is it?
Hold on there. Yeah, ngamera I agree with you. Coalition okan ntela mira rombe wala foka ntega mena ning candidate sabalota fa wala bentol na fala da ning candidate kile ninga because sira wallahi modol be jan hani ye bawo seruta dol bi jeita karto file ay yo so you know is better you need loy family ndol galom family because ye kafu ba kilingo so do bari sondo bol man ko kilindi na fate wala nafa abe tala yeah abe fola dale da barata sondo anu sondo bol important.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so on tenga bara ninga candidate sabasoto itoli la own candidate ngai wala nyi sonko fo na fata la itoli ta sa itoli nyanda menkala itoli la own candidate select if only la primaries ke ye delegate ol sambe mo kilinta you know then itol be campaign ko tol fana campaign tol fana dol bi je wol be join UDP ka wala join UDP ka be nga nyat lim barole ba je tuman no nyi sonko fo TikTok wa be stop fo wonde
exactly wala ma bad now
yeah
Gambia jonle nyante nyaayele la ya jube political party jumal serious UDP have been there for Gambian people for over 29 years ibe loring ibe kele la Gambian olye hande election obanda UDP jamaja mayte leka funti nim ibe mansa kunda challenge na nim political party do jamaa bije sab especially bil funti to science te ita ke bato na near to election 1 year to election bro e resurface na moli you know so mol nyanta lon na le banko dun million ko serious ta pour ka banko la ko kene nta dum fe ko mu UDP le anu ngadi ko usenda bu mol de mi alon ko din kapte o fighta ada di ko so ya mo ko so and I have capability for sort of fana and bu deny it
no your capability so yalo sira lafta diabla la ñu winé bol candidate ko fo la lafta fendo la ka fula yalo it all can it doesn't make sense, and I will explain my little thoughts here. Niata nunko ba ushenu. Comme Adama Barrow advantage men shoto nung 2016. Yala Adama Birabelola for the first time president yala coalition ola back.
That's right.
Agaja nara nung ba ushenu fanan coalition ola de ba ushenu back le mobe na together man gagné. Then it all learning idea of he's not being able for us a sense make. You understand? But Gambia mol menka loy mel beka loy fongol yeji Halifa Sallah lota faye the coalition na mana back abuka gagné ba usenu okay officially you know I'm talking about the official results because told you the people believed that 2021 we won anyway okay but officially he was not declared a leader so nara no coalition na ne ba usenu bampule no 7 parties nata come Barrow advantage mention then ba usenu was not declared as official then it will an argument as a sense make but ngana coalition leader man gagné yeah but he has never been selected as a coalition leader okay so Mama Kande coalition na mana bampu but Mama Kande lota fa ina na mana gagné Halifa Sallah na mana gagné okay esa fal signa clean waya try 2021 okay amang gagné so Talib na mana low national scale akalo mayo yalla ka gagné but national comment low anu yalla ñu ma understand I keep telling them they are making the biggest mistake. Gambia election is not confined to Banjul, Serekunda, Brikama.
Exactly.
Some of these candidates, I'm telling you, Nitamita, you go beyond Foni, they are not known. Mol me long. Gambia, near Gambia, people, Molka Jamal for Barrow, Baosienu. Well, multi every household in Gambia, you know. Some of these Fenko, little rural Gambia, they don't know these candidates. You understand it? Chocho like bara jang online rec and diamole ko wara. So any idea of Kari is not winnable, it doesn't make sense because if Babusiano was one time chosen as a coalition candidate, then a man declared as a winner, then that argument would have made a lot of sense. It's well, coalition on a bambojan and Bebamata Koma Stila Mama Yamana Sati Chancellor. But he has never called, as far as I know, coalition on Abana select because Menkata 2021 woman coalition or the woman BBW endorsed and in Marisol. What I'm talking about, Barrow 7 political parties and 1 independent Barrow Bampu. That was a solid coalition. New coalition of Barrow Bampunum, Barrow would not have won. Barrow would not have won. Barrow Lotanum, Jimara Mama Kandaya Boindi. So Barrow was lucky that Gambians came united. Utumo Mama Barrow long, Mama Shota Aristotle Koran, Gambians were desperate, put changes here. But Bausenu has never been in that sort of situation where the whole Gambia rally UDP empower law. Then this argument that he's not winnable, then Tolfon that defender no. We would not have been able to defend it. Yeah. So like all Kafula Jetro, you know. Mm-hmm.
A guy from UMC, election is a final.
Okay.
Gambian they have to win, like a football final.
Yeah.
Gambian you win by force. So Useni is not a winnable candidate. So it ning more be kafuta nyoma. Mbenga Useni tambi. Yamra mo te kato file yama te win ba. Ako hani o fama te win na fan. Hani atra mo ralita ko ate win na fan kai why? Come on, why? I'm already low for you. I'm going to want to cut off because he has been there for so many years. I'm going to know.
Exactly. Woman can call us on ticket.
Still now, international belief like UDP 2021 election will win. Still now, international belief Talako ma win.
Slowly, okay,
no, yalong 2021 election o junja kera jere mi ngolon ngole fono fenke non kono dadi el sunyaro kedale aketa nyamin. Well, we cannot be specific on it. Ngalone ko ye ghost polling station also tolenom. Even more registration ke kandamen. They are not even among IEC list officially certified police registration centers rather. But obviously, Sunyaro Ketale, 300 million out on the IEC account, my friend. More, Sira. I'm sorry, Mama, 300 out on the 300 million. What do the IEC account can say? Beparent Dolfana polling agents all Dolfana, they failed us. Wolfana Malon for Wolfana, Mochato Domolo 300 million or Malon because Ntolla polling agents or Dolby de Molde call can they telephone will switch off. How can you be a polling agent for UDP? You are not reachable, Sarah. How is that possible? So Alala Menketa about
this time around Namira ties for a polling and the Kata polling agent yard. Because Gambia Collier in the Fana. Gambia Collier in the San Gambia from Urumoya for ya from Cantafon. The
Gambia Hanisan Dolman Banco Canada, Gambia Nolman Banco Canoit and the Hanisan, the Mampare Canabanco Fanancan.
My money or Sabuba. Yalang Gambia felt Gambia dune tell me outside, and he knows on the Mola Bakel. Okay, Marco Jamal leto. So, but near, for example, tell me baby Europe 10 being a blow with a book of fake the Gambiano, they found the house we found yet.
Chance ball today. You can't pay 5 chance ball turning Alasonta meeting all Bekelale after you can't pay 5. Aling a duadron, UDP a tambidron, but a woman ke Alaman Tankala. Baro tambid. That is what Uncle Fanam the mentally bokelan.
My yala be colella dame, my yala be colella dame. Ndol momo be jan jumale be la wulula bula le itala de paso kila
na brother said ningo be ya lon tolbe dam brother said jan tolbu ka contribute na wulula damay nga hani wandi mol men ya lon ko nyim foru mol kono katu far mol la mbita lepta no to nga bilole sodo yen mbita operation la ndo ka contribute le
wolbo je foni mo yo cut off de yeah
yambe won lambe wala be cut off la momo e ba ni fa ani de kolu
ani dingo abanta barka foko wondi mo lebe tara formol kono kamol la telefono te ka koli ka fo ma ko mbeten atekela brother sem
nga NPP nga dole moy akoniano albe ko do be kila gambe ali atuji
yo alla listo fanalia bamba ngala ntoto be number 1 de namantara number 2 o tabe tara number 1 so alla listo al samuta e bamba wata al kala gide ku bayrin kanale ndate bayla inshallah min ala sonda mina gambia banko kanen be benaji
abaraka
brother say nyini kala le bembo lafta men nyini kala na
okay go ahead
yes even three candidates for kana nunjang ka foko men ning na three candidates so itala miro fe comme at least chances bigger. But for my mira fan you say plan B sort no ya come they don't have chances coming pour itole carte gagner they prefer voting for Adama Barrow in order not to say UDP winning.
No what Frank is there, you're right. That it's sad to say, it's very sad to say, and it's even sad that Adama will mira because some of the supporters they would even prefer Barrow to be there than UDP government, which is very sad and unfortunate. But yes, you are right. And my worry is some of them even had a candidate probably go, let me still vote for Barrow. Because you secret Barrow it's a pretend you are voting for this candidate, but you come out and didn't the polling protocol you're right, you're 100% right. I agree with you. What's the
Nka modol la moy le internet wol do anin saferi nyalto meli ala mantra UDP am di mantra Adama Barrow fanan fasaka so ni ñu hani dambawon nalu na be pale ala bakel fam pour political party dambawon fon li coalition ka kantum it will be ambition killing na so wala they are all eyeing for the presidency so the fon pour itol damole kambe abina kole ala bar hani ayata fon kambenta ya jeli la chances on ni pour comme ka Barrow boldi itol abe kole ala so ni tole carte fay dambawon fani wobe chance di la UDP la anu gambe lañu protocol for da fanando sainte ndol bije ye miro men so wolem ndol de mbota UDP la sainte hani ndol man gagne woto UDP man nyanda gagne ni UDP gagne be mino fala ñu fele bota jani maje UDP gagne so wol baki kam makati bay wol
makati bay
yeah prefer hani la family ni ba ni campaign because during campaign e kana call so long wol do kaje ko ma nyinde ni political party ni ay momentum tale banko kam because during your campaign alka call so be no alka possible kere. So it was in general come landol de mangin base or money support so don't say the family call the kullo kono alkarte fay Barrow because they don't want to see UDP winning.
So Mansa, let me ask you something. Mansa, then we are in a very funny position. What do we do? Because ila argument is spot on and nobody can dispel it. But what do we do as a country? Because I'm telling you, we have the same problem. We come together on one candidate. Some of these people will not vote for him. I'm telling you, the anger in them, like any member of the Dolia feel ko makate bayola. Well, for an harate be kamende, ibakala ndangkon dorong, ibakala okay because of the Barrow konde wolfang. So it is we are in a very critical position as a country. How do we navigate around this? How do we solve this? What until a problem?
Yes, Niente Nininka until Kunna Miroto, and then UDP, the only political party until after coming UDP in Mensi, Puro do Nyokon, then I believe Mama candidate. And then I name Mama candidate Soto, women will mark, especially at the provinces, where UDP mark.
But Manza Mela Komakondo, have you been listening to his spokesperson, Aladiamol?
Mama Kande no, yalon komi abenya dakela kachal the spokesperson nin nak mbugala mantra la kachal follow ka honestly bari
foi la deputy lomba foi la spokesperson lomba nkala di amol je kerfatule nkala di amol je you know so imagine sana bala ma faran kadema agree ako that's a big danger.
And that's a big danger. Okay. Then as you can mantra follow mira because Mama Kande fane support men so to lama famongin na ita da jimara la tunduto because to bengal ne jimara je demo NPP la strong mula ni Mama Kande la ka capital aje hani ka 2016 to bele ngalo results so da jema
fa bare yalla ne to ni Mama Kande ko le sonoke dolu family Mama Kande la party economic kan fe fay la Barrow instead of PPP
exactly exactly atemangele understand
yes but ndega mem fanam fahamu mafo ko min meliala be kombole de at the center de mama kandela parti yote but melbe provinces nyinto ibe mama le fasa kan nim mama ko wole kon tenga UDP le endorse for this 2026 election. I'm very sure they will vote for UDP na candidate. So the only these two people mama kande and APRC no to alliance ninga ñu fulol soto wo mo dol kay wol ngalo ni wol hani wol kafuta mol ma ila intention man tara je pour UDP o carte gagné. So no,
it's okay. It's okay. Let's see how things. And not alliance. I'm happy. New all not on board. Definitely. Well. I think they would still support. But this is tricky. But nga model for Namira on this issue. This is very tricky.
UDPC as an opportunity. Kaje kafo Gambia dingol especially Noto Alliance support kafa le kafo wole comme like ning ayatra alie UDP fasa be ya jamme natela Gambia ay sinanje so dana taka nyini ka fo UDP singin fono la at this time ba so pour que dafa na nyini ka fo UDP si wo fono le ba kafo ko be nalie mol fasa ya jamme sa natino wala fo sembo be UDP as an opposition a government in waiting for sembo.
No, I personally think that will be too premature for us to make statement like that because Ya Jamila Ko is a very tricky situation, Mansa. We also have to be ningo for how would the victim see us?
Okay,
so victim olu.
Yeah, so
we will you see the problem is it's a tricky situation. I think we should not make that statement now.
that is a no-go area.
Yeah, that's a no-go area. Let's be careful. Okay, in as much as we are desperate for votes, but let's not make those statements now. I don't think so.
The only thing that we can assure every Gambian
the rule of law will take place. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, a rule of law. Haniya Jamila ko babe samala ni law or something like that. But Jojo Ndur ko ni wala tebe bola UDP le. Mansa.
Exactly. It's a very sensitive area.
Yeah.
No, we can talk about that now.
I think but this is a serious thing. We should not, even joke with this.
Yeah.
UDP Mansakunda will not be a witch hunt government. Mansakunda titaka sapi molkang just because it is a problem also in the past. All about any UDP problem also in the past. All that Mansakunda with other pikang. No. What a UDP Mansakunda. But UDP Mansakunda fana lua be follow lan. Bankola lua obe follow lan to the letter. So niya min to me wala ni min ku keta min bulu. Ibida le lua le abonni nyoro. Ni atara ko iseni ata lua to. Then you are free to go. Mote postura. Comme ka foko ka wo promise fa du mol bulo ko ko hanata ko mi loi tinya wala yamin accused just because you UDP la support na wala tina mo wala kele ka ngamra mo wala kele ka parola
no yalo bamba sika même foten iko
kele la mi yalo ko min kele ka no but that is what we are fighting but kele ka wala right now because baro felenti ni be baro rek be NPP doron ite you are above the law
Yeah, I agree.
We cannot give such promises.
Surwal ka fa be ko mar tahut nga nan putit.
Exactly.
May kamara yo surwa ka moyle. Yala tol fokki anko lombang. May malam bo me ki anko di fo bali bu ngol yala iten ke wa tol mo surwa ka moy baak. Mar tahut nga nan putit comme lafta carte wala do desperation o manyana dunda nga cool for just and we have to be guided by our moral conscience coming Bamba Masimene for UDP. Greater good of our people are victims. Yeah, I understand. We have to be mindful of the victims, and as much as what we're, at the end of the day,
victim ol be siri ne ntolle fam bile mo bina muran tolle fam ol kan ka ko adle men balangal yemen kelal felal ba ke kan mo so fam fintita fana musu no fintita le muske bare mo kabira ya akumo mo biko watam bitan mo ka fo UDP ning APR si noto alliance musundo finta telefona fana musundo ngako akema mera for UDP go kelalewa. So
anyway, let's not even discuss that further. Now move to another topic because it's a very sensitive issue, and we have to.
Brazil, about this issue of NPP militants. Look, nkanyo moi fankala atondi member caring fanko do atondi Seomar pa modula fanko namela tele mo pa modula manage akanyim for every time akatara adama yamare la nyinna wala mu nyitiko adama Gambia dingol de e karantale ita ko ita karantale iko ya jama karanta wol mo wala bari Gambia dingol la karalo o ko ita ndaf fo mala ita bamba so ko ita bal fer ko Gambia dingol karanta i karanta munela wala mu nyitiko ka mansa bula ko ka president bula akana ka tulung Gambia dingol la i balola e niola anila nyantola o banko kan wodanta ya jamela so ni atra ko adama nyinebe mutanga bul wala nyinebe mutanga supporter so bul ko itol be Gambia dingol silandi la nole itol be Gambia dingol intimidate la nole pour wali day kana diamu la banko la pola wala itol be tinyaro minne be sunyaro minne pour mol kana wo fo they are daydreaming because Gambia dingol look yalang mol muka cross roke bari yalang kabrin jamme fo biji jamme la last day so jamin jamme bo bolaji you all remember the Kalama revolution aliyo video jele mol kallo at the at 22 eka kumol min fo jamme aliyo wol jele ba so jarol nyaatili ngola police ol nyaatili ngola people say stuffs mini alon ko mo namana mira fon ko fo ya jamme o ko fo when a security officer is present mol ko kuma sifal le fo ak Kalama revolution wolungolem Gambia dingol sesta Gambia dingol futata surwal ka fo minna koy futata marajoto kaitan di jamela ko hey jannam borderline oti iben bele fala bari na right soul mo sotonal so kabri woto len Gambia dingol ye kodi nyina ko man sa dole binala na bimmina kana mo tacho ka mol intimidate wo banko ka so if adama think that ko wala nala mol itol ya mira ko be Gambia dingol intimidate la nol wote be sibo minna ye baraka brinsa ye wuli because Gambia ning adama ko min keta o banko ka te bola murdila na o banko ka then ay pare ko ko te be Gambia dingol be tri ko ta be falan because the thing is Gambia dingol te sonna la ko te o banko ka ando min keta wala min ndiko jamme ni ade jamme fota to certain state is because Gambia dingol fo lels sita ye bulol la nyo kan fo jamme tata fa dampangol soro fo ala tak akala fi kam min ke banko ka kake wo chance let ila adama look minika fo ko adama mu hina man solti adunta jana fintira jana look adama ma hina adama alaftam wo fanko ni trial ale but the reason why adama mag succeed amaje Gambia di wala nyab wala nan ko Gambia digol falintale Gambia digol paretal pour kallo ke fangol la nyanto kele la banko kan ani loi ko to nak ani loi ko or comme ka foko kamol intimidate wo banko kan wo dantale so let NPP flocks al nyintali adundal ko kon mo tretino o banko kan wodantale Gambia mo mbele tati ning adama barobe mol fala just because they want to execute their constitutional right o banko kan o tay mbefa ko ay mbefa like antifat senya fo nyami o banko ka tote mo silandi la fo mo titano o banko kan ko almo sembo fo so adama mo sembo so to ama akuta bul may tule mo anin kidol min yalo ke be bulo kon ye mol dungala ye mol soro comme ka foko ka molla right shoulder ka all Trump ka si molla right shoulder ka wo banko ka wo dantale adantale and we are not joking about Gambia man trafiala nyin ko na tra do ka men tali wala al continue la tribula si bol abaraka
bambas saying that the new people that join us, I think it's Fatumata is here and Sane Balamani is Siri I'm all joined but malon juma saba almost abo kono Fatumata la follow now. Yeah, Fatma, you go ahead.
Kaya nga na sista sol kontong alin na bruda sol bi anil na may ral. Kaya say ko kumagawa kumayari. Kaya bila platform mo to alto limo libe ni bijan nito ninal benta doron te kal bila legal la may. Bar ko mi doro e ko matilin fo mi yalon ko ikafno ko mi politician ol min yalla be suman kan sain ko mi Gambia kono ni tambita foni la dolu melo Kon pele wol to sembentu yandi hani baro fo tarta wala nyama se wato yalla min yalla ka foko ha intelika fu na baro baro le UDP anyanta menkela grayo ke bar muna nan ta fala jumala li yakati
Ntolom.
yo kini flenjang ko te ke lumbi ngate bina 2020 mar wato nga binaka sai ite fe bidin baro nata mala nyadi se ko lota platform jumal ta ka foko hanta mu kena wa finalti dun ko bullo lek ani fanan kalwas kani walek ngamira ye kwales mo ke nyawo nyante mu ka de kela kwales mo ko no meni bije e ka foko to le kanyine ke ate baro kallo aka munefo ni fa te man kuno je bari fa la korda ete o mi la din ko yala le ada bo betamento gambe no le asije ngamira te kallo ako wala so ate kampanyo ko wala fa ya bantak bini wo kallo nta malon se ko moli ke mira nyame fonte le moli nyanta betilo moli kampanyo ko bo wala nanti ka falte le ale pesen sotole dual tan le fana politicien ol tin tol dol wala kay nta nyanta kala la mo na damare de because se nya ka tra to nyale itani ala nin kilate me fo ban e man sile lui ka sali le sila ya non ko lumbe sotola mbe faala de ikam mi ya non ka be janjan din dunia ko no jumala mo moy bi koy fintik yudi ndam ko mo bilam nyenne ka ko ha e baro le tay ak mul bul e ba kala mul bul dicté to se ko hada ma di mu daji ko mu menti doron e ko wala fintik ya de nilun to ta sa to ka nin sumu kata ay tan ko dum tan mo sumu le ti de nani wuli ya fola kata se ko hada ma di mu menti tan wala kata no
Tonya.
ma fa de ba hada ma di mu menti tan wala doron kata no hada ma di mu ya lon ko etende ya ba se ko wallahi ni mo ko na kite bale ka sele ba fale na nyame barniya ja man tra falin silo ka bitaka ke ba to adaji ko baro daji ko fem be bi UDP kan baro le yo murundi nan kale kande nta kan mini fo mini yalon kay ka UDP ko attack nta ko lupine mo se ko nyumu adam ko min ka fanya men nim fe atam fola ni le grawte yaaje met o ke ba ringo kuma ko me yalon ko ya foti ararsi hani binte kala may wal yala yo fo mo lien na ko mo melun di ja ako ni ya ko sinyina ako dum ka mo melun fo mo mo ne dilam ba ko tin da ni
melonde wala
ako ni le grawle ya de met fo mo fo le fo ani na nya li ba gita kan ni manala mo sai fonto li amre ni mu UDP ko la de se ko ni ke ba lo lafta Gambia la wala tin be ni no ma han sai
okay
fa jelo ko lafta le yenke
No, go ahead. No, NPP supporter in the Gambia. All it text kina. Mbala text read la. I think all of us need to react to this. He's raising serious issues and serious points. Melkata during when UDP was in government and after a point le back up like Africa, we were just blindly. We were supporting Barrow blindly. So I some points on the raise, and I want to address those here. But now, at all, Mala text rate, so for us to all look at it. Thank you, Fatima. I think
problem. Ndeke mom ndem kalon fan te komi dorom kala ko moyen sembentu yandi dorom kay yandi ko lumbe baro fo bina mol malon ay nim ke baram ayolu wafi anala patio fo ala yake sindiji ani dem ka fo moyen te kal waso ni kan ko to mom mol ka te nyinin kala fo musolem fakke wala ma nati nyanta jam fantu ya billa se ko ndeke ala kali wala na tara ala man te fulati fakki len ma
okay mbari ngi pick Dr. Bajan okay Farmara diamo bedara baraka baki ngata sane balama yani seni and Dr. Bajan Kelly DJ Bajan Kelly is also okay, no problem Susani Seni, go ahead then.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum seo abedi
inembare benyadi
ingejare sungaro benyadi
yamara sungaro mandre kam ba jarango fele gabe programme wala ndebe programme bamba master programme ka ye nyomi nga jumale be live ke ka nyi wato ko na be sunni
okay programme odi ata baki alhamdulillah donc do ko ata molti because step by step lo doli adamu ta damina ibotaji dul fanana ta ya futande dul fanana da fujani ala bala dunia kere nyamena so komi UDP ko len nde dali no nde be men fono da wala UDP nga nyaalun sin kumbaka nimmen kafta mulma alhamdulillah nimmen mon kaf mulma alhamdulillah because ñobari luono momodin ka fa la borole lambirole tiwtiw understand so imagine ko gambe sayata la de nyamel ko kuma la ya fa nyamena mol bi jere me ya lon ko wol hani bulla ferendu sunkude don ka bulla ferendu menke wala bulla ferendu ñi kafo ñi wala siyata ñi la politique molti bor wol nata jele just pour que UDP distract donc on deta sotola bari téléphone ta sotola you understand so imagine ko ntel me yalo ko telle batata UDP Gambia because UDP fanfe yalo ko mu UDP ko lati alon ko ino I batata Gambia because mona te batata Gambia because UDP mo kino niyama ro ye UDP belema adunya UDP be mara ke Gambia belema because men beje amanke ko si kelenti difference yo bele beje and we see what be UDP ay mantoro soto so amta Gambia bele mantoro soto so sante ninna tan ko alinga banko bonde alinga kafunyo banko bonde ngara mo kilin konkile na jube ni to ko ni buka winno ite dum lata ko kafo ko ite ka winna muna tne ite ka wo wino memfo muna tne mo ke birin juna pour nyebi para munda ko nyuna harobe bladol because bi ni ko alinga kafunyo nga holiye ke nga fangulindi ni te a wulindi do ma wulindi atetala atetala so gambe me nyame na sante science ne te video kinye sehu wallahi malon fo ya jere malon ko dole bala sada bonde kan fo jakora ni hada madimuje wallahi billahi ta'ala na tay la dum ba fon be mbulum ba fo wot le fon ya je nya salon ko gambe ko kolari ba ko be pour mon ko balu ndene na manyi sifa di gambe so ni masa kunda men be siri millions of millions le beti jaka gambe do be fa gambe do so ko nyu sunkaro ko ikajela ko iko kalilu wagele be sada bonde kan kalilu wage
dole commenter ako kalilu wage so ma
fo poro to la hafle samba fo poro to wala mbama
no womu fengele bi womu what's the name of that guy Senegalese tycoon on him man forgot his name that's not Kalilu Wage
okay so
ninga remember I'll tell you
to bajelo ko yuri be ko ni coalition ko ba nganda ko ndiji ni menna da ka fanya because until men for na kebale men for the senior
womu hadim gay
okay itato dunia dawoda do baduna kala wara maka bar bi komi kelole be UDP ka manko ko ka foko Gambia dun buka karto fa UDP UDP la problem killing wo IEC UDP la problem killing wo IEC wallahi pati hanata coalition lota against UDP IEC tilinta nyama UDP be ganyana because tunde be Gambia kon UDP more support la strategy more support la strategy because na muso dola mala fo no wenjare do bra kaka fo sol baji ko presino kono ko fatel malo ka lientel no mutatin ntel labadi batel la pati kon so alientel mutatin nyam ntel lo badi wol fane tiri mal le so de kanuto so wolte kat ko faylate ika on dasa ako sori ba sira on katandina ka ke la moya pati kuma kan men andi nyem tonya so adam baro ate anata UDP to la asita so saya asita meni yalon ko kata kala fenti ko man da fala ayol le kafunyo ma meni yalon ko anyanta kala fenti ayol jamfa so ni alaman sino hani sa alinga na politiko kere ngadiamu nyoe ngana parti wafo ngana agenda wafo ninna ta munna lo county ninna ta pour Gambia dewde yabo modo ino alaman sino bar men fana yalon ko kafo ko inata ikana UDP le pour ka na fenyino la wala pour ina ta place nyino le nimam place so be yeta wol be niya duta da kata kafu adamo barolam ikata kafu adamo barolam so badela ko sainte abe nyamena abe durum bakene Gambia no nyante nyaayele Gambia no nyante nyaayele bi ye nyaayele sini because tiloka boda ga nesa kabo bi seku ni to ko ibe motan kunu ka motan de mako no bi ni ko bo motan de mako no ko so bulno mo mondi ni la dinkra di Gambia ko no fa jita e kala file na jita afana modo mako bar bi na tella soko mo lante la soko mo tambije membe jita karambo abe mecho so e mando ku so abe kana nyaade ko la se ko be tar sirije se wol be tar depende jo bala kan na broda be jiro itino broda membe jiro wo be men ko no yete mo no so ndem na fala da yuri kala ka funyo agunyo mayna nganyo diamu nyoy nga diamu mondi ni sinano pour nga nyetandi ko banko na bota hada majum pele hani blun taw la bota ni pele
Okay, sorry, nga call us no. Abarakabake said ila diamo betata. Ala barakabake, thank you very much to all of you. Sane balamang itala nyanta diamo say na botangata DJ Bajan come. Then after, I have to read this text message from this NPP supporter because I love to address Lajana because ngalon dolka fole fanang and amaribe points ole raise kanja me along sometimes we need to clarify it. So Sane Balaman, go ahead make your point.
Assalamualaikum Sey Humbal be kontona ani min be platform kan keba anina alliance manager Bambas my be kontona DJ aning Seni bal kontona yeah come to the answer for no in relation to the coalition matter we have to be very very careful and when we explain for them tactical for them be important na be relevant na battle yajele mol mini ya lonko ko te katodi la na hanna tara they come into coalition nyanta ko long and also amansabe min for content la jero to us and what's it called Mama Kande he hasn't said his side but ala secretary so la nala mol mini kana Africa on the internet they are leaning towards UMC and other coalitions but not towards us. I don't understand Jay. It will learn more Jamal Bitak NPP. So you will not a kafun tolma. It's very likely will come from the they will be like, you know what, that's it. So I'm not going to join with UDP. I am going to go to Bang. And secondly, Nani Mwafandadolo, 100% some of them will check out the UDP despite what. I mean, these are all tribal sentiments. They're not anything logical. That I don't understand so far. And it does make sense from a tactical and analytical view GBG before the action law or the proposal in relation to new coalition. If anybody wants to come on board, yes, we can, but in Canada, X will be like in one basket thinking that will be support like those we can as UDP is whether there is a coalition or no coalition, we come in our numbers to make sure Tolkana just for us. That but in Canada rely on other coalition partners believing their supporters are going for United Democratic Party. I think if we do that, we might make a big mistake. So, in relation to freedom mattering, I'm glad that Bambas brought that up because when you address them now, say the way they are leaning and threatening people.
Yeah.
Baron knows that. In fact, a lot transparency corruption index when the other day Bar explained the 10th position. There is way something behind that. Corruption index mean Gambia standard survey Gambia were ranked 10th.
Yeah.
But in terms of freedom and the expression for journalism or something like that. I think there are two areas they did well. But then the two fundamental other sections, they did badly on those two.
Yeah.
Well, the rule of law and the corruption index.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
In fact, Dr. Uncle Larinin, Dr. Mane stated that natural GCU or level them is 2 pass and 2 fails. So basically, they haven't done anything. So it only the commission or in terms of the perspective of the international community, it doesn't look okay so far in terms of how he's managing the country for the last 9 years. In terms of main GBJ so far. But again, loan upon loan, which means that they know that Gambia is struggling. The rate is at 91. So this is in the foreign currency. I think the Gambia you will be buying it for 95 or so. But all this is showing to us that Baro Abekoku Kekang, they're just struggling. The country is struggling. It's at a brink, which World Bank said it. It's not actually us. So no go nyama and to nitibinke no continue kamulu sensitize nani agenda so it is key.
Yeah.
Yenyi yolo buko minna kuna ibarika. Mojama ben nanyin internet we get so lazy about it, but we should make it a fundamental duty.
Yeah, to know them.
To tell the people, because Mojama Bukani manifesto, they don't even know our content of it. Even told me along we are in the UDP part from Mojama Bigem Bukhari Bukhalong, what is our objective and our plans for 2026.
Yeah.
And I think we should be very mindful of that, and also to help the party move forward, we should go in full force with the objective of collectively helping the party. Whether there's a collusion or more collusion, ngata Gambia, nyanta kato tala ngata ni minsitano December, eta ke polling agent you reserve those polls. Because after me when I explained that Gambian only in terms of on the day polling station or sunyaro for some means noje. Wala nyintiko so aliyageli in the Ken Kayaf election imang absentee vote itandimola ima for molie fanan fiankula tundi mini alonko inata to the agent, but ila katoni mankato final one way or the other. Yeah, understand. So if you were at a polling station, say in one of the Njolfel one, and so total owning, if I calculate can, yeah, you go 513 votes will be in total. But what are 513 votes? Of course, there will be at least 100 or 50 million along, they will not come. So you're not careful with your ballot, or you're not careful of what happened. They can transpose the numbers there. Well, actually, I bet you vigilant from the time of the counting, not only concentrate on the UDP box, but the entirety of other boxes as well. Yeah, you could be record, come quantica. Near Cotifana, Janibale, make sure the balance of those many along Imana, your fan count. Yeah, but otherwise, if the $9 Tayala MPP tak and water it what I did. Because Ntolamo Kataria give up. The moment you come a window, it but it'll be Balia as a kilo, it was quite minimal. But the meter water tata. This other balance is what I line in do taka. Well, MPP taka. So we are a relevant to Purun Bay on those police station result on only minimum to the mala whether it's late, but I think they should continue to give their names, because we need minimum, and again I'm saying it, minimum of 3,000 polling station agent, because last year when the entire thing was counted, it was 1,554 streams, and you need two of our agents in each stream. Now we are coming to have a supplementary one, which will also get added again, and that means the probability of more polling streams, even though the polling station across the country was 730. Extra polling streams will mean Lala welcome. It's going to be more than the 864 in the 2021 election. So, and the more streams, the more polling agents we are going to need. So I bet you tell you that we put that across. I don't tell UDP as on the diaspora and a bit fundamentally not a see water, because it don't tell Sambanola Dulato, it don't tell intimidate Nola. Because we went through a lot in Europe. I think intimidation and provocation were being all on there.
I hope not. I hope not. Seriously. Abaraka, thank you, Sane Balama. And DJ Badan, is it DJ Badan Kelly? Is that?
Badan Kelly, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Inimbara, bro. Inimbara, you know. I'll be content all the time. Along Bankudoko, Ebo Lare, Kewama, Bejuwe Kan, we are getting inspired day by day. For me, I put patriotism over everything.
Okay.
Banku Kano. Ole can do the Amora political world. I want to elaborate on maybe two things that for me I think is very important for the next election. Ole Nintiko, I will tell one to be our campaign slogan. Because Monegada, what I realize all this time is UDP. We are not entitled to our campaign slogans. Moleka are choosing Telia. Then they tag this tribal campaign and that work for them. You understand? So I think right now UDP should come with a very potential like campaign slogan, and we have a good brand that is no to the third term. Like this is a good ground that you can unite all the reasonable tribes together and say, okay, this is not about Barrow or UDP. This is about patriotism, like nationalism, Gambia, because look, we are lacking Gambia until Mantabake. Because why? We choose personal interest over national interest. Not for platform Jamado. Kakate mole many alonko. We can sponsor nimbe the tournament on that Saturday kono ye vessel Samolia, Katol Samolia. But we not choose our politicians through their patriotism, like with the love they have for the community, the love they have for the country, and all this. We don't choose. It's not like we choose them. They have the money and they register. They come to us for our votes. But it's not like I choose Bamba or I choose Bro and say, look, because of your patriotism, because of the love you have for the Gambia, we come for you and we think you can do this or that. Yeah, that you can bring development to the community. You can bring different stuff in the community, good stuff. So the campaign slogan for me this time is very important. Like, it's not about Barrow or UDP, it's about Gambia and the system change. Because what better you expect from Barrow if they are running on the same track? And we expect Barrow to do better than Jammeh in which way? Politically, no. The Constitution give him all the right to clink on the power as much as he want to. And all a dictator fee, all a dictator la solo, all the dictators wrong is because of the Constitution give them the money and they capitalize on that. You understand? And I think that if we are expecting Barrow to do better than Jammeh, we are dreaming. We are dreaming. The system has to change so that every political party in the country will have a level playing ground, whereby, like the IEC is handpicked by the president.
Yeah.
You handpick me and make me the IEC chairman, and you expect me to go against your will?
No.
In which I should announce to him that is probably very unlikely. Very unlikely. And if the next thing I will say is, let's use less energy on the other parties, and we try to restore the confidence and tell the Gambians why they have to choose UDP over the other political parties. Example, the way the party was structured, the only political party that stood up to a dictatorship until the end. These are some grounds that I think we have a good ground if we use it correctly.
Yeah,
it's like these are the things that we should tell Gambians that why they have to choose us over the other. We invest more because Kamol will kafundi for Sanji Jama over decades. You want divide. That have to be an investment. UDP invest on the organization. Every post is well legal. The treasurer, we know the spokesperson. It's well established. It's the only political party that will not need any hand from outside if they come to the government.
Yeah.
They have all the ministerial positions covered in the party. And then they will work through the interest of the party to make sure development is bring without any interruption.
Okay, Abaraga.
And I think these are some of the things that I want to.
Thank you, DJ Abaraga. Thank you for your points. Welcome. I'll be like a current affairs show on this Tree Network. So thank you to everybody that contributed. Last Mole text Kijana, I want us to discuss this, and this is a serious issues all raised. Let's not just brush under the carpet, because these are things don't have a platform already. Because bring fat send the diam kan. Amare text kina nekafoko. We said Barrow used to be our Barrow, and then we answer that. I follow up message like in and call. Say who? Let's be honest as Gambians. I see you as a very honest person, despite you are a UDP member. But the reason why I always listen to your programs, I see you as somebody who always discuss things in a very objective way without bias. By and large, yes, you wear your political cap, but you always look at things in a very balanced picture. I'm a Gambian. Yes, today I'm supporting Adama Barrow, and you may disagree with my support for Barrow, but some wrong things happened when the coalition government came to power. and UDP was in the heart of this, or at least UDP supporters, if not the national executive. I'm not sure the national executive is part of it, but at least greater good of UDP supporters, mainly in the diaspora, were part of this mess. And unless you guys hold up your hands and raise and apologize to Gambian people, some people will find it very hard to forgive you. One typical example is the Defadoi group when they try to organize protest about the electricity in Nawak. Most UDP supporters online by then, when your UDP and Barrow were in good terms, were very critical of the Defadoi group, and you even supported the government against them. Sehu, I have to put you on the spot. I can remember even yourself, you criticized the Defadoi group. And I think Chairman Yankuba Dabo, that time he was not chairman, he was also in London, also was very critical of these groups. So you guys cannot disagree that these things happen. That time, things were very rosy between you and Adama Barrow. I know if time can go back, if that time was today, probably you would not have done what you did. I want you and your panelists to react to this in a very honest way and not try to be biased about it. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to text my listeners all. Look, the reason I read these text messages here, I have nothing to hide, and UDP, we have nothing to hide. We are looking for government, and we should be able to face this very tough question sometimes. We cannot hide behind not reading this. You know, Nemo Modoti, I will not read this text message. I will just ignore it. But to me, I think that would be a disservice. So I may read down. I'm angale kamola, but nsafono mani kamola drum pour moli ale ma onosan. Ako untol mo Gambian already, but fonga tonya fo nyoy. Ako see who akantela program on lamoida, even that demo UNPP support, even though Nama agree. Ako but mainly I take a banta ba lamoida because I intejele ko ntela politico mboka fasa rokeje, even though nka judi pela fasa, but inka tonya fole. Atela jero ay olofo. Ako bari fonga singa tonya fo nyoy. Ako mistake ol katale. But ata follow for mistake all UDP executive le mistake all ka ko bari men ay men lo wolom tol UDP supportal men le diaspora akon tolu contribute wolale ako bring mansa ko nana da ñewli Gambia di ngol le fondé de after protest la courant ko la e ka fami ko defa doy akon tol UDP supporters le jomta wol kan ke criticize instead of ngol support akon te segu sed le fango wol konole ndengol criticize le anda kate fana mira loto na ya memu na chairman OTB ako mo be londo Yankuba Dabo fana be wol kono meliol criticize ate yo le fo ala foro lo woti so ako UDP nga jamal be online wotu mo yo defa do group wol fo ni wol dunta nyola online ako bari neyata non bilo woti amamiran tol be criticize la ko bari wotu mo ko be diare nim baro tema be baro fasa kan blindly wotu mo le Gambian wol fundite la to la constitutional right kala ndol nge criticize so ngani karanjan ne pour molia moy kon tol man na janka femmabo ni mo modole tin tanyi na text read la ba inde famo criticize jele but we have to be honest in politics and we have to face the reality. We cannot avoid this wala nan ko mbari la jana pour mol be amoy okay ning political party dolom ni la mol put on the spot I bet it any read la platform okay but UDP online bansaba ndal ka tonya le fasa janka tonya le support jom fana ko si ko la nyawnya I am for Tonyalom. Ntese who said like I can speak for myself. Ntenga defa do group nge criticize le. But the reason why nge criticize left them more jelefana understand. And this is very good that nyin kende for nyin topical race. Because more tata online yen defang accuse ko nte bring ko be diaring. Ntenga nyi man sekunda fasa fania ntenga barola man sekunda fasa le. Iko do fongo ko seu sedli fongo ye dole salata jambato sane balama let me see where I can take you so I am bringing this point thank you so much I'm bringing this I criticize that group yes I have to be honest but the reason I criticize them the person also should be honest to tell Gambians what was my argument and I am also going to challenge you to be honest as I am being honest. You don't give half story. Let's not give half truth. For some people, the glass is always half full, but for some, it is not. Go back to my timeline. Within 3 months, it doesn't make sense to organize a protest against that government. And I still stand by that today. And Hani Barola government, Hani whatever government, because you cannot do transformation within 3 months. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. It's not possible. You're in a dilapidated situation. You expect the coalition government to turn that around. If you had given the coalition government at least 6 months or so, and nothing has been done, but within the first 3 months, government man settled, standing to feet, you had a protest. I said that was unreasonable. That's what I said. And I would have said that with any government. So, and I'm repeating that. So, near Fielco, not only I Fielco, I was supporting Barrow government because UDP. That's your opinion. But I said, and I think that was the position of Yankuba Dabo too. I cannot speak for himself, for him. He can speak for himself, but I think that was his position. I cannot speak for every UDP member. Why they were some people were condemning at the time, but that was my reason. I want you to make that very clear. And I said that, and I didn't even say that they should not protest. I have never said, because it's the constitutional right of every Gambian to protest. But my argument was, it was too premature for them to organize a protest against the newly sworn in Adam Barrow. Less than 3 months, your protest organized. What was the purpose? You expect within 3 months Adam Barrow can do any overhaul on electricity? That's irrational. So lafta jail follow. And I hope I have answered your question. But you are right. I disagreed with that group. I know we came under criticism from Madi Jabati, criticized us. He felt that we should not go against that group. But I thought it was too premature. So lafta Gambian will be understand. You know, nimbe kumofo alinga kumofo, ba ite ko nga honest. So ite fana nyanta honest lale. Nibe ko sata la kana sata me ye favor. Alafol adon jama bale kanyin kacha na critic soul. A lot of people discuss this on the platforms. Ika fole ha bom nehon nyom nyo barola. Man duma ever try to take away people's constitutional right to protest. Why? Luneka tamid defo wara ni kuneka denga wara to even government bifi they know first 100 days in office. 3 months defo gata torop 3 months is just like 90 days. How do you expect the government to transform within 90 days? That's not possible. So limo is my turn to be. I hope you've heard my response. But all the other UDP members can speak for themselves. I can only speak for myself. So panelists all alien la diamo maide abedin karomena sane balama nyati lafta reakla. So
after reakla in different situation in 2018, of course, we are in one momentum sort of across the diaspora. Even I was part of the people that said no. I think they came little too late. And secondly, also, it was not a time that protests would have warranted and changed anything at the time because of what was inherited. A lot of people, so like myself, Tolokoloko, and we've been in with Yaya Jammeh for 22 years. We've never had a Defadoi group. And we've talked about the brutality of Yaya Jammeh's government and the killings of that has been going on, and therefore Defadoi was never there. When the dictator were taking Gambian lands and farms all over the country, we never saw Defadoi. As soon as you said it, I went to that email that I once sent about it. And in 10-11, April students, we never heard of the Defadoi. When the children were being killed that day, April 10-11. When 16 of our young youths were killed, 9 Gambians were executed by Yaya Jammeh at the time. The Defadoi were there. Solo Sandeng was arrested and killed. The brutality of all that. Why was Defadoi not existing at the time to come in and help and salvage the country? And not talk about the 22 years of him refusing to come down to step down, understanding that, of course, reasonability counts. And when he was actually stopped, the election happened and he refused to go. We saw what happened. If it wasn't the external forces that came, the ECOMIC and the rest, Defadoi was never known. So to come back and say we are disgruntled because the change was slow it would be slow. 22 years of what was existing. We knew that our state covers were emptied.
Yeah.
Because when Yahya Jammeh left, we knew he had 222 properties. We know he went with $995 million. We also knew that he had almost 900 million in Panama's bank account. And a lot of things, mismanagement and a lot of things had happened at the time. When they took over in 2016, we remembered that, in fact, Ba Useno and some of the ministries had to go in immediately to speak to Commonwealth, so that the money, the sanctions that held, I think it was about $33 million, so that funds could have been released to Gambia. And we were even struggling to pay teachers' salaries. In fact, there was a time teachers were quite a strike because blah, blah, blah. And then you have to be reasonable. You cannot say because you want a salary increase and because of that you want to stay home and jeopardize the education of the people. He had to come out and say, you know, those things where it was not a time, I believe, at that generation.
Then they will actually insulate the old teachers about the veteran teachers in all the class.
Yeah, I think I forgot about that portion. But the thing is, what time, Ola, you know, situation of 2016, 2017, within 1 year and 6 months, it ain't I Kobe definitely group of force. You know, it wasn't the right time. I remember Killer Ace even created a song at that time when these were going on, and I think it gave him momentum. But again, they had the right to come out and protest. They had the right to do so, which Mome by Yakele. But it left the momentum and more support at the time to rush wasn't reasonable during the circumstances, and I'm afraid that's what it is until now. Yeah,
Abarka Sane Balama. Thank you, everybody. Ngaje Mojamal reactor code. That it was the position of UDP supporters by and large. And then you'll ask also legit question. Even when all this, the mayhem and all these things were happening, the Defador group was non-existent. They only came into being after the change, and that's fine. But then they had to be reasonable. And I think the same thing goes for the teachers. Imagine one of our critics, Samsar, is asking that question on the comment section. He wants to know, Sehu, what is your take on Lawyer Dabo's statement towards the teachers sit-down strike? Okay. I cannot remember verbatim, particularly a word towards the teachers, but that's what Bambas summarized.
If they don't go back to in classes, then they will reinstate the veteran teachers. Many are they already retired because the children cannot be left out in school like that.
Yeah.
You know, just because these other teachers will go, they will have a sit down strike. When actually government at the time was very
was struggling
struggling at the time. So that was what he said.
Now, if that was what he said, I don't see anything wrong in that statement, because always you have to get plan B and say, if you don't want to come, then we will try to organize, we'll try to bring other people on board. But Samsar, if I don't know whether you agree with that, it's that you can come on and give your view as well. This is a national discourse. Thank you. So saying, audience we almost Bambas may final after react to this guy's question.
Because I think there be a on Facebook in 2017.
Okay.
And then they were protesting.
Yeah.
First of all, I think we all have to agree and establish the fact that a protest means stop a protest Yes, we criticize the protest. We criticize. That's only thing that we did. We criticize the process and we criticize it, constructively. Because we said this government just get into power in 3 months.
Yeah.
3 months.
Yeah.
And you expect them to fix the electricity system for 20-something years. We having that problem. We said that was unfair. And this was all what we said. You can understand. But we did not trample on their right to protest because they eventually protest. Okay? But if the community of criticize that criticism, when I think Madi Jobati and others, it's in Vita, criticize Kamina, protect was wrong. You can understand.
And we actually gave a justification to that. And 3 months, government just 3 months. In other words, 22 years problem was sorted out just in 3 months.
Yeah.
That was absolutely unfair. And this is the reason why we said our protest was premature and that was not the right time. So now, they themselves wants to be honest. Now, if UDP hold accountable on was there any corruption or was any official UDP official being corrupt when we were in office? But not invoking our citizen right, because that was also our right to have a stake in a national conversation, in a national debate. You can understand. The problem with these people is anytime a debate is going on and UDP or UDP supporters, actually express their take on that debate, is a problem. It means that we are trying to silence people. It means that we are trying to attack people. That is a narrative, it's false. Because it does not hold water. You exercise your democratic right to say your view. You exercise your democratic right to put across your point. But when UDP wants to do it, it is a dictatorship. It is an attack. It is an insult. It is but it's not fair. That is not a fair criticism, to be honest.
Yeah, Baraka. In fact, the person is making a pushback, and I'm going to read the text again. Okay, Ako Sehu, thank you for reading my text, and I admire your the courage and the honesty in reading my text, even though it's a tough one for you guys. But the fact that you are a very open-minded person, you read my text. I understand that, yes, you're right. I should have also been very fair to you to explain your reasoning of going against the protest. I should have also said that in my earlier text. I apologize for that. But I think UDP people should have just allowed the Defodoi to protest. It doesn't matter the timing, because it is people's constitutional right to protest, and the constitution never says the time or stipulate time. People can always have right to protest at any time. You should have just remained silent rather than going after them. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to debate with that. Yes, you are right. The constitution doesn't put any timeline on when people protest. That's a good point. People can always protest at any time, but we also have to be reasonable in life. Okay, we have to bring reasonability. The law is just put a requirement, but the law doesn't address everything in detail. You don't expect the law to have a timeline, but Hadamading will feel reasonable. Okay, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's people's right to protest without any timeline on it. You're right. Okay. But we are also
they did protest in 2021.
Yeah. Our argument is not protest, but I think UDP we criticized the protest. Some of our militants criticized. We should not have criticized because there's no time on the protest.
I thought that he said they couldn't go ahead.
No. His argument, because at that time some of us criticized the protest, like Bambas criticized it. I criticized a lot of people criticize it. So I'll argue. He's got a point there about the timing. I agree with him on that. So
well, again, we're all Gambians and freedom of expression, isn't it? If they chose that they want to go on the street,
exactly. So that is the point that they don't understand.
Say that's not the right time.
Yeah.
Like now, you don't
have the right to criticize.
You don't control people's opinions. It's our opinion to. Yeah.
We cannot criticize them. It's funny.
Yeah, so unfortunately, they wanted to take it out. They wanted to come. We are saying, other Gambians are saying that this is not the right time to do so. We just want the country to move forward. They're saying, no, we're frustrated, but we're humble. But the timing was something else.
Yeah.
So it may suit them, but it doesn't suit others. And so it's life.
No, I know exactly how men push. Against it because that's the whole essence of our argument.
That's true. That's the fact, Sekou. I think we were carried by our excitement that Barrow was part of UDP and he's going to push UDP. So it's very reasonable. That time, you go against them, them demonstrating against that you think it was your candidate.
No. DJ, you cannot speak for me.
I'm not speaking for you. I'm just
No, you are trying to. You are trying to because equal voluntary argument. Hold on. Let me finish. I just like the guy accepted that he should have been honest, explain my side, and neither than a posting to phone. I give you reason. Reason or delay. It has nothing to do with my support for Barrow. My support was it was too early, 3 months. Mr. DJ, you cannot look. Let's be fair. Tidos joined Aldel. Tidos just sent a request. Tidos is now one of UDP critics, but not telling us that drop after. You know, Malam for you topic all
most people don't know that these are not even only Defadoi. It includes the other members that were part of Yahya Jammeh's regime.
Yeah.
So a lot of us
it could be politically. But what I want to say was, when Barrow come, all of us were excited. Like it was part of UDP. It was, but later I think I'm going to understand was Barrow was a neutral president. That's why right now we are encouraging party lead. If you want a government to react in 90 days, he must have a majority in both parliament and cabinet. You understand? But when Barrow come, it was a coalition and he was a neutral president. So you don't. I think 3 months is not very. It's not a good time.
Okay, DJ. You know, let me say this before I go to Samsar. Let me say this. I had a conversation with Musa Jeng, or member for the people by the people. I invited Nunjane one time. We had a conversation around this issue, and he was also honest. Look, on that issue, naturally, you cannot fault the UDP for supporting Barrow because he was our person. And if for example, Honorable Suhaib to relocate a leader to Doi will support him because he's their own. It's natural. It's just like you have a child and that child moves on to something. You will support that child until you feel that this child is not what you think the child should be. Then you say, no, I'm going to withdraw. This is human philosophy. It's human phenomenon. It's not peculiar to UDP. Just like PASTEF today, they're supporting Jomai Faye. But until Grafata Daming after Kudol, they went after him. But they started supporting President Jomai Faye. But being attacked after Kalanta Yakela and Infenke Usman Sonko, PASTEF started being critical, some of their supporters. It's normal. This is not peculiar to UDP, my brother. That's what I'm saying. That was what I was saying. So it's not that we are sentimentalized. And we have to also give applause to UDP for honesty. Because like Bausenu could have remained in that cabinet, Mengomen Diataba Sotola. Okay, dance to the tune of Adama Barrow. It base our support. The same thing with Uncle Amadou. Nimbaro men dia budget to come Mambure Menke. But because of the love for country, Nimbaro Kuyata Walla, because Barrow after Amadou Sane Kudu Dialaka put past Mendia, Amadou Sane no. For Barrow Amadou Sane Budo Kuntu Rajani, Abuka Kodi Diala. So let's look at things in the holistic way. Yeah? Okay.
That's what I was saying. Like excitement at the first time, we thought that Barrow is our Barrow, and
but he was our Barrow. He was our Barrow.
I more recommend Barrow like an education minister.
But we have to give him exactly, George Ando. We have to give Barrow a chance. If you bring somebody, you can chance let UDP give Barrow a chance. Because it was going to be very unfair and a pounce on Barrow within the first year. That would be very unfair. But bringing a Barrow Tamajaje, Barrow is not what the ideals and UDP are proper. And even Alaji Usenu Dabo, if he's elected president, let me tell you, you know UDP members. If Alaji Usenu Dabo, I'm not expecting that, but if he departs from UDP left America, you will see UDP supporters going against him.
Now, bro, I want to ask this. Did Barrow retire from UDP?
He resigned. He resigned.
He was a neutral president, was he?
Yeah.
So it means all the parties are equally.
Yeah, but yes, that was just officialization of his career. But naturally, Barrow was a bona fide UDP member, but a UDP lay.
Exactly. Then this disappointment.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but then he was a neutral president.
No, officially he was a neutral. Oh, no, DJ. He was officially neutral.
Neutral president. Good.
I come to go be ni Bambas get a president. Yalom Bambas officially have resigned by the rules of the coalition agreement. I resigned. You make on paper like you resign.
Exactly.
But so it's separate no from UDP, but you cannot. If I feel I want a UDP kafole.
Yeah, it's your love for the party.
No, in fact, Barrow is it true? Barrow but a UDP. The farm about UDP.
He was.
Okay, thank you. So saying that Samsar, you're here to contribute.
Yeah, say no, you know, like the news of the book at you.
Fine,
Well, first of all, I'm very surprised about that teachers sit down strike be. Come no ko wahe rek. Sumala understand mo yo amulo won lan la lawyer Ousainou Darboe reply on si affaire bo.
No, wahuma lolu. Mane muno ma remember exactly verbatim lan la wax lola wax.
Wow, exactly. Wow. So which is okay. No, not possible because Tom Adam Alan rek. Why I'm not gonna wax exactly lan moy wol his reply. Legi man dama la buga laaj. I agree to that ne loolu la wax. So legi yo lay buga laaj. Was that the appropriate answer to teachers who were demanding their rights? This is a honest opinion.
Okay, I think I already gave my response to that. Listen, let me repeat again. Maybe you miss it. Bambas wahene. Okay, man, number one, I'm gonna remember exactly because this happened many years ago. Okay, is in the first part of it, 2017, 2018, around that time. So I cannot remember exactly. You can remember. You remind me. But lu Bambas wah moy. Bambas mune defane. Dafa jox gaay ne situation bu melon government just came in among Halish, so it was very unreasonable that they wanted to go on strike unless this happened. But if that happens, then they would try to recall the older teachers that can fill their gap. I said then man personally I don't think that's a big hoo-ha because you cannot stop teachers from going to strike, can you? It's their civic right, they want to go to strike, but government can always provide alternative and reserve teachers new for they are willing to take up the job as a corrective measure. What's wrong with that?
Because Manumoko said that was a threatening statement.
How is that a threatening statement?
Yeah, because it was just clear that I will replace you if you don't go back. He even gave a date. I cannot remember until on Monday or whatever it is next week, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna replace retired teachers.
Yeah.
Mansofek and the Lolgawa, Mandamoko say as threatening you they don't put a negotiating table to sit down with the government to negotiate about their ifs and buts.
Yeah.
I understand. You also fake as a head of state. Understand? Yo, you deliver. Man, I don't think ne. Danga wala nyo ngane len. I'm gonna replace our teachers you have made them retire. You are putting a force on them. At least not talk at nyom. Here their claims. I'm going to try to find a solution because we always take the West as an example. You know, if they talk Nantubabi, Kenda Hule negotiation. We teach different train drivers, bus drivers, they stop the whole traffic. Ne doing them doing you. Why don't most of the Tubabu get a signal and so let them with our training on Monday. The Marina them put in the Yohan the market line already, Pumo replace the new our training. They sit down on the table. Here their negotiation, give them a timeline. Anga, non mandal sismo belief, non la kokise. Why fi do they get to a munila so defutely, the ma defli. They sit down and negotiate.
Yeah, I want to respond to that, but Madam Sane, you go first. I want to respond. Go ahead, Madam Sane.
So, Uncle Sam, I'm glad to walk at your table.
Madam Sane, would you like me to rectify something before you?
No, sir.
Go ahead. Sit down, striving. Sit down, striving. I want to know what time then you walk.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It was not like they called for negotiation. They said they will sit down and will not go to school. So, no, the negotiation. So please, because we all seen this statement.
No, Sam, by Reg Bambas Daniel, dinala my time to respond.
I will make a sit down
Bambas, it alamoy. But Sam, you love the man. I just want to put the ground rules here. This platform, Mugalafi can you interject just like that. Let's Sam, ni move the amol, Sundi diwa denga bay mu danal after nga rectify because otherwise they are chaotic. Okay? So Sam, finish your point and Bambas will respond. Go ahead. Okay, Bambas, finish your point.
No, so man lima bugawa mo nekani. Now, because we just have to say it explicitly. The interpretation, yes, that is yours. That is not what the teacher said. The teachers toxic. Okay, if their demands are not met. That is what they said. They also interpret Lulu, it means that you have negotiation. That is your own interpretation, but those are not the exact words of the teachers. Rectify. Thank you.
Okay. You want to respond, Sam?
Teachers is when they don't talk. Nekut ne they definitely nehrek. They like a besura you they don't talk. There is a cause for that talk. Lulu mom is not even whatever knowledge. Lulu is just 1 + 1. Understand that? Nikuneka sulane rama defli dafa am reason buta. Why man to negotiate more minonenga or teachers in that tegle. Nelen, what is the cause of this sit down strike that you people want to organize? At least they will come up with their points. And the Lulu mom is not even university knowledge. Why not move forward? Say woman young officer puricho. Damogona hamsa opinion like yo saboba because I know that you are a very honest like a politician. Yama understand man do tell ala de man wala de people and the civic education freedom radio man bobu do madan raw yama understand so man yo sa opinion la yo mo fi puricho and stuff. Then the second point man la don deglo tay tamé ngane am politician du wax waxet man nak wax diga ne man mom comme noko xamé man amé doy not a member but a very strong supporter. Dama la buga laaj fenare fan nga déggé Halifa Sallah mu wax waxet si yo si salifin yo.
Okay, thank you for asking that question. First of all, let me
before you go to the second one, can I come up?
Yeah, you go ahead and I will respond.
The initial topic.
Yeah.
Sit down strike. If not sit down strike, how much that Uncle Sam said, remember, this took time from February to September. Sit down strike, we knew called the Dekabi. Therefore, they were being a students you bury in your them school. School you bury then into do. Luneka opoturu, Mama Lulu opoturu. February to September is a long time for education to be delayed. It was normal. And I remember this was between the GTU and the Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. Ministry of Basic Secondary School, so that they could come up with 6-point lingua. Then 6-point demand. And most of them were dealing with financial matters. They should have their allowances, send salary at the sohla. It is true. Why tamiluneka negotiation la do wax the leader buga dama buga nga yoko suma salary. Te yo xamulon da government bobu condition bi am nañ xaliss at that time to negotiate with you. So those meetings had gone through and they were not going to any level. Between February and September, it took so many days and months of education, delaying and everything else. That was symbolic. So it needed someone strategic to come and tell you, hangali how mirmi nak dafa open ci surtout li jaaya jambe tay mam ñam ben teacher moy ñëmé tok ci ram de do def lolu duñ ko def.
No, we'll compare jambe time because we know that the things were not level.
I understand that, but between February and September for teachers to not go to school, you have the time bobu hana budu dara sa exam si wara xew. Exam si bu xalé wara jël lolu yeb mu ngi tok teachers ñu duñ dem liggé duñ dem because sen salary increase lañ bëgga. So you yange answer normal salary, negotiate ko wise you go. The time after what time am na amat. Dama Standard newspaper 2018 dina la wax yeb li xew. So fekkee loolu mu ngi xew moom mu génn si as a senior individual ne leen xam nga lan la su fekkee da ngeen bëgg a continuer lii man damaa utu ñoo xam ne la dañ jeexal ñooñu ñëw replace a gum leen because school si yaa ngi tëj te mun naa laa wax li suñ school si nga xam ne
mun naa laa laaj dara
waaw
ok balaa moo ñëw with that threatening statement lan la offer woon teachers si
leen na offer negotiation bi daf doon do with the Ministry of Education department si responsible ñooñu ñoo doon waxtaan ak what
What was offered?
No,
but Sam, you should come with the complete argument now. You should say what Lawyer Dabo said then, and you should tell us what he offered or what he not. Don't come here and asking what they did, what he said. You don't even know what he said.
Alkanaki argument. I'll give
the full argument, like saying, people, this is what Lawyer Dabo said, this is how he should say this and that. But you are here saying what he said.
Munama answer my second question.
Okay. Mr. Sar, thank you for your asking this. First of all, let me start from the last one, a very honorable Halifa Sallah. Yes, I don't think Halifa, I can remember where Halifa Sallah wahed Angum. If I said no politician. Maybe I misspoke there, and I will take that back because, to be fair, I have never heard him yet misspoke. But potentially, there was a potential on his side, potential about the fact that the Sikh office, not among a potential. Halifa said he would not apply for any elective position, right? He said that.
Exactly.
But when he was asked in an interview by a journalist, I think QTV journalist was having a state of where they was having an interview with him. I think it was his Aliu Cisse or something. And Aliu said to him, on the basis of that, can we authoritatively say that you will not be PDI's flag bearer? And he said, nobody should say that. For me, that's a contradiction.
I listened to that interview.
Okay, so me, that's a contradiction. Because if you tell people, I will not apply for an elective position, President flag bearer is an elective position. So he could have just said to Haliu, yes, you are right. My name will not be in it. But he said nobody should say that, Sam.
Well, why that time to me? That time it was not right for his.
It doesn't matter. No. You calling for honesty, Sam? Hold on. Yamawa, honestly, I also want you to tell whether that's not a contradiction. Be honest. No, it's not. No. I don't go forward. Don't do some question direct. No. I have asked you a direct question. No, is that not a contradiction?
No, to me, no.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I will not. If you...
it was not a contradiction because they argument for how many one mom talk na sikado lungo hon mung si japa bete because they
Sinaka la ko togi. No, you are confusing the two. Hold on. You are confusing the two, and a lot of people confuse this. Let me explain this.
If you want me to come in here, I can.
No, yeah, but let me just explain this part. Then Bambas, you can come in. You see, Honorable Halifa Sallah, yes, did not go for the Secretary General, the leadership position of DOI, but that doesn't mean he may not necessarily be the flag bearer of DOI, because flag bearer of DOI and Secretary General party leader of DOI are two different things, just like UDP. So DOI and flag bearer then could they apply, and that is not done yet. So you don't know whether he will apply or not.
No, so today no.
No, why Luma mean more? It doesn't matter what he did. Sam, let me ask you a question. If Sufegene Yoya Ginevingane Duma apply for an elected position, journalist Lajla, I want your word, nay, you would not be a flag bearer of DOI. I think your answer should be yes by default, although because Mama want to Duma apply at elected position. Why are you saying that nobody should say that?
Mandal, okay, yo artist ngane Halifa Sallah yo degulo ko fun wahe wahangum yeah, in a way. Okay. Yeah. So what I would say is on the issue of the teachers. Yes, Bausenu position, like Bamba said, just now Sam defa luneka context la. Yes, I agree with you, negotiation, more the hell on strike and thing. But if you go to the history of United Kingdom, you live here. I think you live in the UK. Fangadeka. Yeah, bandeka ganeka Sam. Gambia.
Okay, but you're in the diaspora. Aren't you in the diaspora?
My Gambia.
Oh, Gambia ganeka. Okay, that's fine. No, I thought you are in Europe somewhere, but that's fine. Why UK? If you look at Switzerland, young Switzerland. Okay. If you live in a UK here, if you go and check, there was a time they had to call our reserve nurses. Okay. All right. They did. The government fell back, piggyback on. In fact, they created. If you go on the Gov website, there is a application there, whatever, because there was this looming strike in the UK that went on protracted. So it's not far off from what Alhaji Ousainou Darboe said. So what Alhaji Ousainou Darboe said, boy, okay, we cannot force you to go back. Because I write la pour protest while I'm not toxic. Why we cannot put a situation where government put our kids in a situation they will not have teachers. So as a preventive measure, so we can understand because we cannot increase your salaries now. We cannot meet your demand. We are a new government. Okay. You also have to be fair. That's a reasonable thing because it doesn't mean that when you strike, then low bugarek then go negotiation lab, but they talk and talk. He invited them to his office. I think that's negotiations. If he doesn't want to see them, mun nga wone su fekkee na laaj Ousainou Darboe dafa toogoon rek mitu teachers yi he didn't see their leaders and then mu make a statement ne ma ne ñii sax suñ bëgg a liggéey ñu fay then I would have said that was wrong but he called them to the office and he had a conversation with them explain that their salaries cannot be increased because of the situation the government was in. I think yow tam da nga war a nangu loolu ne teachers yooyu noonu mënoon na ñëw bàyyi ba si kanam you know okay we give the government time okay and he said where they cannot be forced to come then we call the reserve nurses and that happens everywhere in the world. That's not new to Gambia. No, but if Sam, if the teachers had gone ahead with that, say that you talk and care teachers, you didn't teachers. Yeah.
Negotiation.
February 2018, September 27, 2018, Standard newspaper. Please have a look at it and read it. Second paragraph.
Exactly. Thank you, Sam, for joining. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate. Okay. Yeah, it's good. For example, we have to have this uncomfortable conversation. Yeah, as UDP. Sometimes people bring up this because even on the platforms, you can follow it. They try to, and when you see file, we have to address them because if we shy away from them, they will think that we are hiding anything. I think UDP, we have reached a stage where we have nothing to hide. We should be able to have all this conversation on our platforms. Sometimes they can be very uncomfortable, but also Nimbe and Salah, let's be very, very calm about it. You don't have to have argument because sometimes the argument also, because you have to try to do something. So we have a lot of smart people in the party, and then we can handle all these questions.
It's just that sometimes it's annoying. Like they just see the fact and they're just diverting, beating around. Who's like bring the full argument on the table and let people. He was putting you on spot. Right now, you cannot remember all that Halifa Sallah says since he started politics, bro. So you cannot tell him like.
But imagine he avoided answering my question about.
If you research, you will see millions of words that Halifa Sallah contradict himself. And that's why politicians are flexible. Politicians are flexible. If you put me on spot right now, what can you remember about it? You don't even.
No, as far as Ndema remember, that's why I was honest. But if anybody remembers, you can bring it out. I cannot.
Research, you will bring him millions of proofs.
Imagine somebody just made a very brilliant comment here. Sam, if you are listening, the British Army was called in when fuel tankers drivers when the British strike down some years ago, and that is true. So sometimes it's not new. It happens. Government do that. You call on.
There's nothing bad about that to call on the veterans.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong.
There's nothing wrong with that. But they just want to treat like that is a treatment. No.
No, it's not a threat.
That will be the last bidding on the table that I've been for that.
Yeah, it's not a threat. It wasn't a threat.
It was not a threat.
No, but yalong kamo ile ni platform or Sam dama buka von kamo TikTok jam for de ka fole ba usine for teachers all strategy ngamo ile ka fole ndara platform do te ba fo.
Man, Bamba said it before. If anybody knows any corruption that is related to any UDP officials when he was in office, you will not even say that, Seko. That will be public opinion. They are hungry to see us corrupt. But there's no way. So that's why they have to bring this little talk like distracting us while Gambians have to choose UDP over others. You know what I mean? It's just a distraction because there is no one corruption case related to any UDP officials in office. That would have been in court right now.
It would have been, okay. So saying Bambas, you want to bring some issues? Keba, Kongole Bela Koba. Keba would have been Dole Sane Balaman, but the Bungolo for Kiangolo. No Kunda. Okay, Nekunda Jania. Okay, Keba Mahani Kongola. Keba, thank you. Thank you. Bambas, you go ahead. Bambas can after fenne for want to share some things with us, but now maybe mute the Bambas. I can't be a lot of fenne share with us, but okay. I'll be mute the man for TikTok I'll mute bang. Everyone is muted.
Yeah, about me I'm good. Maybe Bamba will be sitting there.
Okay, I can't have fenne for about Honorable Halifa Sallah.
It's about why this man put you on spot, like, because right now you are not focused on that. What
But you said there, can you give us on which occasions that Halifa Saleh was politically? Can you tell us? Because you are aware of few. Bambas fan guy dole Bante personally I cannot remember.
No, I don't say I remember one particularly right now, but I'm telling you, like, politicians naturally are flexible. Today I can say I will not par with you today or you collaborate, and tomorrow I can say depending on the weather of the political situation.
Yeah, but that was not his argument. Ako yalong defong wafajan teko politician TJ member ka mispo wahed. Atena ako, he's asking me when did Halifa Saleh wahed.
Yeah, but when did Khalifa start politics? Can we go on and do all this research?
1987, I think he started.
Yeah, you know, more than my age. So you think Khalifa will not have any contradiction?
Yeah, but let's not speculate. Yes, because he must have done. Let's bring facts.
Right now I don't have a real fact, but I'm telling you, like, logically, what he did to you. Anybody will say, I don't remember now.
No, but that is okay. Because Yalong DJ, hold on. Take a statement therefore. Ako anata put on the spot for now 5 when Halifa Saleh was ahead. And yes, I had to take that back because I cannot remember. The only sign of Wahed, and that is not even complete yet. Because Nick Halifa Lota as a flag bearer, then Agawa Wahed. But Yalo, we haven't crossed that bridge yet. Yeah, the signs are there because he said he will never contest one elected position. He's resigned. I offer it.
Yes, before.
So saying Ninga Lota, then I found a headla, but Nama Law, then I take a headla.
Okay, now say who? Halifa was part of the 2016 coalition, was he?
Yeah, he was.
He was.
Yeah.
And did he accept any cabinet position?
No, he did not.
He did not.
Yeah.
Why are you in the coalition if you want?
But did he say that? Did he say he was going to accept a cabinet position?
No, but if you join the coalition, it means that you're going to be part of the government to make a playing field.
No. DJ, let's be honest.
Until the system is changed.
No. DJ. Let's practice clean politics here. Yeah, you see, hold on. You can still be part of a coalition, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll accept a cabinet position. Because coalition, you can be in the National Assembly, you're still supporting government. Government is 3 arms of government. It's National Assembly, legislature, cabinet, and the judiciary. Honorable Halifa Saleh went to the other arm of government. He went to the National Assembly. So we cannot pick that up. Our Wahed Tale. Let's be honest. Nada nun dribe negotiation and then he gave his word that come cabinet position talale. Then Amanata, yes, you would have been right. Then we cannot pin him down on that one.
I don't want to say I'm telling you, like, if I join the coalition for a system change, for something to change, then I think I should be part of that team, like the most high caliber in the government after the president is the cabinet, bro. Yeah, if you don't want to have this cabinet portfolio, what are your motives to join the coalition at the first place? Because the change starts from there, then to the parliament. The change starts from there. Then if you don't want to have any cabinet position, clearly, I'm questioning you right now. What is your motive of joining us now? You don't want to be in the high table where we can discuss things that matters and bring them.
No, Yalo, let's not deflect. Yalo, you are going to another topic now. You're going to another topic. But DJ, we're going to another. You're asking morally, then morally, inyanta join nale albe nyoma. I agree with you on that one. Yeah, you're right. Morally, atolebe kafuta a coalition. So morally, fananyanta cabinet le to try to effect change, yellow knowledge impact. Yes, I agree with you. But that is different from wahed. Because the topic we discuss can wahed. Yellow wahed is different from that moral part. Wahed is niatanung ayafong commitment he will take up a cabinet position amata. But Honorable Saleh said, okay, I'm not going to go to cabinet, but I will go to the National Assembly. So Bambas, you can come in and give us an example because Namiko, you wanted to.
Yeah, look, but maybe you might explain into details. But Honorable Halifa Saleh did say he is not going to ask for a public office anymore. I offer it, okay? And he was explicit about it, okay? Then later on, when he was asked, he said when Gambians meet him.
No, but Bambas, can we get this clear? Did he say he will not go for public office, or he said he would not go for elective position?
He said he would not seek for elective position.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, which is different from public office. Yeah.
Yeah, elective position.
Yeah.
Now, then later on, he was asked in another interview, and he said, remember the first one, he was very explicit.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the second one, when he was asked, he said if Gambians need him, then he would be available. Remember, these are the same rhetorics. Me along ko Adama Barrow wala pono. Adama at the initial stage, kabila alafta 3 years ngin ka deviate. Kabila iya nyininka yung tarafa meta akamina fa ka ko ha agreement mu 3 years ladi, but nin Gambia dingolu ko be Gambia dingol lebul wala ko tuta Gambia dingol lebul. Akawala bo. Now, kabila bo Halifa Sallah nyim fo. The class back me along sort of from his own party at the Samsa point alone. There was this prominent sister, me along abe PDYS, you know, she was even champion in that go. Halifa Sallah should not run again. And so minketa come like minketa UDP kono. Usita kili wakata PDYS kono. Wolsanam ko Halifa tanola kotek. Yaje, that was the reason why Honorable Halifa Sallah backtracked. Okay. For him alone, he would have contested. Because the reason why no for what I mean to go for why I for ko I that's what he said. He said if Gambians need him, if Gambians want him to, he will. When already he said he was not going to seek for it anymore. He said he's not going to seek for it anymore. Now you said you are not going to seek for it anymore. But again, you are telling us Gambians is not solely which is which?
No, Bambas, yalong ngole for Jan Samye. Nko, I can see signs because Moneketa. Our interview with QTV was so telling and so revealing because Moneketa, however Halifa Sallah, he was not going to apply for an elective position. Can I ask a question? For Flabiara, is it not an elective position? It's an elective position. According to the Doi constitution, it's very similar to UDP. Flabiara can apply. Then they also have a committee, Menketa, and if they need be a cut-off file. It's very similar to UDP. Okay? So, and that's an elective. Yeah.
That is not the point. The point is whether I come up for it after another load locally.
So yeah. So what Ananko he's seen signs because
he has did what he has done it.
Because being journalist in can therefore bring over but Honorable Sallah Dalma understand because being journalist okay can we explicitly say contain Honorable Sallah to Jala Flabiara ako mulmanya na ofala.
I'm not succeed later to actually execute it, but you know.
No, but can I offer follow Bambas? Can I offer follow? Ima alon faba apply laldi.
No, yeah. At this point in time, I won't succeed follow. What?
No, but because yala itola Flabiara iman Flabiara ta follow doi.
No, next month.
Yeah, so malon faba apply. So, keba for Honorable Sallah maybe as all application.
No, I don't think I'll apply because maybe more like UDP than they were against him. I chance and all that. Coming to UDP, but Gambia more than a concentration of UDP than Malakal. But it also PDY for or if
Yalam Bambas, Ranam go can offer follow because being journalist and comfort like a moment you know follow because Nanga Honorable Salama, yet Nara Honorable Salaman Yanat Lafi Flabiara, Buffalo journalist or how Mutonalty not named Tarlaje.
Exactly.
Simple.
I understand maintain. I understand change.
Well, I don't know if Sam are in Gadjela, Amazon J. Javila. Yellow Hadabadia. No, new politician sometimes it's very difficult to have that 100% consistency.
The only controversy, I mean, Kalamotono, you remember 8 years ago when it was mentioned that Halifa Saleh said when we took over Yahya Jammeh's covers, we had money, but there was no money. I think that had been a controversial topic where, in fact, Bai Fati and the rest, many people were saying that he should come and apologize because the accounts look good and everything was fine.
Lamin Konade go ngeta you diving goal budu yalong ni ñu topikol ma albela tumbol kamaman.
I think that's the only area and then I mean Kalamoto.
Aja Jabi be sellale ba Aja Jabi budu man for TikTok lay selendi fo
you know, it will follow start Kamolma. I didn't know
I think that a lot of people were calling that he should come and apologize because at Koloko, Gambia bidding takeover in 2016, our accounts were good. We had money, so there was no problem. But later on, bidding more nata, we found out that we were actually struggling. There was nothing in our covers. And I think my Fati was minister at the time. He talked about a lot with him and Halifa. There was a lot of push and pull on social media as well.
No, Yalan, to be fair to Honorable Salah on that one, Sane Balama. I'm with him on that one. I think my Fati, I was not with my on that. I think Halifa Imam for professionally Halifa was right. Because my went ahead and gave a statement when he was in Dakar. And at that time, for Ngamera, Adam Barrow was not sworn in yet. And what Honorable Halifa Saleh said that we should have done auditing and audited our accounts before we say anything. Okay?
No. It was him that said we had money. At the time.
Did he say that because we had money?
Well, that's the question. Because a lot of people say Halifa should apologize to Gambians for giving them fake information that our covers are in good shape, and when we
so did Halifa said Gambia's financial stand was in good shape or whatever? Ngamera, he was suggesting that we should have gone through auditing. We should audit our accounts before we say something.
From what I am looking at, and remember.
No, I don't think he ever explicitly say our finances were in good shape. Let's go to the records and check that.
Yeah, I think we need.
Yeah, let's check that. I don't think.
Actually, to be fair to him, I think Maila follow spoke first.
Yeah.
I can understand. Maila follow spoke then covering Honorable Halifa Saleh Nyinka. Then what I more atela reply na takenyindi. Actually, Maila follow diamda.
Maila diamda malam maye mune fonung for my.
Because Honorable Halifa Saleh was the spokesperson of the
coalition. Ngamera yalo war rivalry because Halifa Filko he was the spokesperson. Yeah. But we can check the records and double check next week and bring it on because yalo you call me telephone and can of all these conversations sometimes
Yeah. Being the spokesman of the coalition and you still don't want any cabinet position, Seku. That's so.
Okay, I'll go live in Konate Society. I'll go live in Konate so I mean. Walaikum salam. Inimbara.
And Tonya natal puka ila kumo segmentuya. Ning in the new platform Sifalto, more nata they come up with some questions. Even however challenging those questions are, we have nothing to hide. We should be able to respond to those questions in the manner you have done. And Tonya, you can question handle nyabeke as very competent. And and please we encourage our critics and our moment could think differently or they have political different political views or persuasion. Let them engage us and let them come with questions. But what if I'm following the code, you will question on color what try in honesty from being a question on direct nyama.
Yeah.
Tonya any moldy baby jam, Sanabana Mama Conton Lafana. Now, ancestral, very level and very method. And Nefanambo Kafulam Kafalako, well done. Where you have answered these questions. Yeah. So, and Tonya, I remember right now, only in the opposition. Tonya, we have different political views on how we can, solve the problems, the pressing issues. But Manga rival soldier, no rival soldier. And no fanang Doyle Bam, UDP Lobam, they but try kind of to change the government. So, in as much as we may have different ways of doing that or how to effect that change, often kumatal backing and no respect we come in here trying to outdo or try to put one another in spot in the ways that Mialanko is going to question somebody's credibility. No, looking at Halifa Sallah Kuala. Yes, he's a veteran politician and I have a lot of respect for him. You understand? But we do more your box and we can cite, I'll be in instances, there I have one or two that I can cite, but I don't need to do that now because I'm trying to oppositional we speak with one voice. Simone Keno Kanyum Banko, but Gambia Banko Diolu will never swear in oppositional Pela, to speak with one voice. Kanyomo, Bambandinda Maltima, Sikafano Nyoma Yamming, Kanyum Kolia Bondi Gambia Diolukuna. Olomun Nasilo the body, if we were to go through that, definitely there are issues where we can look at. But to me, in as much as I know those issues, I don't want to bring them out now.
Okay.
In the spirit of oneness, Kajako, don't link Halifa Tema, don't link doing Coltema. Mimbi right now, I'm under Beku, baby, Kulun Kilokono. Mokana cook means Kulon so Beku. I understand. So, in that spirit, Nambina Kafalako, I'll answer question or answer, Kabin Defa doing your and in the other related issues, definitely, I'm so proud of you people. You've answered them measurably. With definitely, I'm so inspired. And keep it up, say, we're coming for it. You will have a lot of people, me and will come here to listen to you because now they call somebody makeup. Is all handle me. Yes, and keep it up, keep up doing that. Yes. And
thank you, Lamin. Thank you. About Ngalo Mojama Bafokanko, you should tell us. But here, argument for in terms of forging the unity, I think that's also important. Sometimes you just have to, sometimes we have to be rational and then be strategic, about things. Thank you, Lamin. I do understand. But just for the records, Janikada Saunaya, while we're talking of Honorable Halifa Sallah in Mailanjing, let me just clear the records here, Madam Sani. Malamfa dropped Taliban, but maybe she's listening. The headline is, did Halifa Sallah fault my party's allegation of $500 million in withdrawal by Jammeh? I think the issue was, when Mai was in Dakar, Mai made an interview and said, Jammeh withdrew $500,000 is approximately 11 million. Nearly $500 million is 8.8 million pounds approximately. From the covers within 2 weeks. That was at a press conference in the Senegalese capital, Dakar. This was when he was with Barrow, and most of the people thought he was going to be Barrow's special advisor. So I think this was an interview he did with BBC. The Gambia is in financial distress. So what happened is, Halifa Sallah, I meant for Wolom Nyintiko, he wasn't happy with Mai's allegations on BBC's Newsday program. Halifa said no institution has been audited so far to know something has been lost in the institution. So I'm right. So that's what Halifa Mafoko Kodite accounted. He never said that. Halifa Sallah, no institution has been audited so far to know something has been lost in the institution. The president has aides, but also has a spokesperson in my very person, a Catalan spokesperson. If you want authentic and reliable information, please rely on what he says and what I say. So Halifa's issue was, he felt that my Majana Diamal at that time, because Atleka Diamu, Baron Nemola at that time, and Halifa girls so. But I meant for auditing Manke, So I feel I should not say that. So just for clarity, what was the issue? So, but I'm after quality. Let's be fair to Honorable Salah, because this is a very reputable platform. We don't want things to be said here. I had to Google this and check up this newspaper article. So so I think that is clear to everybody. Okay. My party ko 500 million about a Halifa ko no. Woman yana follow at that time. My man yana follow for my nyanti batla for kisrol beke auditing and everything. Ano ako automatolo Adam Borola diamlati. Ning moman yana fentala not from him or Adam Barrow at that time. So I'm happy with my. So I'm gonna work on my problem out. Okay. Okay, Allah Barakabake, thank you. We're gonna draw the curtain here. It's almost 5 o'clock in the UK. Sunteo is about 45 minutes away. So thank you so much, Bambas. Thank you so much, my camera and DJ.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Allah Barakabake. Thank you so much, everybody. Mame Kolke, Lamin Konate, and everybody will join the Aliron Faction wall. Karasane Balamo will more be enjoyed the Jambal Betan to Lambal Jay Labaki.
Everything we are investing, we are spending on the party here.
Yeah, we're in Sweden, yeah?
No, Barcelona, Spain.
Spain, yeah. Allah chairman continue GT. Allah GT, continue. Yeah. Continue. Thank you so much. Thank you, DJ. Okay, mbadi on be programme ko kumfala janne. Alinga continuing on a political comment lamin ko na he ko nyame. Nimbe moli jabi la fana nge jabi very respectfully. Thank you so much, Jojo. Let's select our agenda. UDP. We have a clear agenda. We have one-term policy of the party leader if elected into office. The reforms, the economic stabilization, the constitutional reform, bring back the 2020 constitution within 1 year. That will be tabled. And then we hope to have that to be taken to the referendum in 2 years. I think that's a policy statement. The security sector reforms, economic stabilization, and the fact that let's look at the quality of leadership, a leader that is honest, a leader that is going to bring you respect the rule of law, bring separation of powers, not have the president take all the powers. That is very, very critical. UDP, let's not be afraid to engage people in friendly conversations, in friendly debates, even when it is very tough. Let's just engage because we want to govern that country. And let's pretty much minimize this argument. For me, I think I'm not going to go into this brouhaha too much from now against 2026. Let's just be focused on the thing. The coalition, we allow the leaders to work out the coalition, how it is going to be. But on that note, Allah Barakabake, it's 1:05 in the UK right now. I'm going to draw the curtain here. Allah Ramadan current affairs show program all of ngalon saying mana Jojo do de nga gis yaay Dramé muy duga bantawa legi mom si Ramadan ñëw rek kenn du ko gis ci line Dramé ko nangol bébé ko Joko Cissé Jojo do da nga gis Joko Cissé fi Joko Cissé talot Jojo da nga gis Joko bu duga bantawa di setan Joko Cissé be dawe Cissé asirata la sa ngala gamera abuke jeno modol ba hani kongoja wala baraka bake ala ma studio Cairo siala. It's the end of the weekend, so tomorrow the working week will start. Yeah, okay, Dogo, he's going to do research for Hondevo Halifa Salala Wahed. Okay, no problem. Ala baraka bake ala ma studio Cairo siala. Wassalam. Ala baraka.